very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
The champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to another episode of the CCT podcast.
We've got a ton to talk about, man. There's just so much action.
It feels like it's never ending.
Hey guys, we have another interview for you today. Very special guest, Speedy.
First, the funny thing, they also call me Grandpa in my team because I'm so old.
What are your general thoughts on what might come for the next couple of months of CS2?
And welcome back to the CCT Online Finals. We're into our second half of the day, one that could be just as shocking as the first. Lower bracket proceedings continuing on in today's matchups. And, well, one big Titan has been taken out. What's a few more, Dwayne?
Yeah, very much so. Looking for Org, a massive surprise again today, and I think it shows that poor form that we saw from them against Anonymous today. It crept back into a best-of-3 series in which they got tested, they went out, and one of the strongest teams in the comp are gone.
Yeah, I'm so surprised they didn't bounce back from yesterday's disappointment. To lose out on one particular off day is one thing. To lose out on two back-to-back into two teams that we definitely didn't expect for them to go out to is the biggest surprise of them all. Of course, the upper bracket, you can see how it works out. Big Preezy, Payne and Anonymous, they're taking each other on in the upper bracket semi-finals. But again, looking for Org down there at that bottom branch. And we'll see in the lower bracket in a second how their whole demise came about. I wonder whether or not there's a few more in us again. There's at least one more team that you could look at saying that they have a bit of favoritism just by tradition's sake. But again, disappointing days overall.
Yeah, and a lot of 2-0s in the lower bracket as well. Not actually that many competitive games. Like even the ITB one versus Mouse NXT, that wasn't very competitive. Okay, the alternate attacks and Aurora one was to a somewhat of an extent, but we've actually seen a lot of blowouts, and it kind of makes me wonder what I can even expect from the two games that are still yet to be played today.
Well, I mean, there's both the same branches that we did have the 2-1 series, so perhaps there's a little bit of blessing in the idea that our last two matches of the day will be close affairs. Of course, alternate attacks will be up in action against the Guild Eagles a little bit later on this evening, but we'll start things off with our second half of the day with ITB versus 00Nation, a matchup that certainly feels like it's a very different case study between these two teams.
Yeah, I think for the ITB side, they've had a very successful early portion of the year, and I think from the player break and from the major onwards, it's been tough just to be consistent. It hasn't helped with the amount of roster changes that are coming down to this organization, and I think for ITB, especially in a lower bracket, the best way to cap off the year is just to have a deep run, to have a good tournament.
Yeah, and I guess this could be the way in which they could do that, but again, I have to have some concerns about their situation at the moment. I mean, we talk about the roster instability yesterday from ITB's part of things. They had the loan withdraw, and Gecko's back over on the VP bench, so he's not going to be the IGL of this team anymore. Obviously, we saw over the course of the week that they were playing with Body as a stand-in, so you have that backing idea that they have got someone in the team that can sort of fill numbers and ranks, but it is a case of stylistic change because it's IGL for IGL here.
Yeah, very much so. And I think for ITB to know that they've played 6 best-of-3s in CS2 and 4 of which have featured stand-ins probably gives us a very good idea how the rest of this tournament's going to go and how the rest of the next few weeks are going to go. I think it could be a little while until we actually get an official confirmation. It could just be stand-ins for a little while longer.
Well, look, right now, officially Body is a stand-in. He's not part of any contract as far as I'm aware of. So it's a case of, do ITB stick with him, right? I mean, you could certainly see some different stand-ins chop and change over the course of the next few weeks, but equally, Body could just be the man that fits the bill. How's he done so far?
I think him on the team so far has been okay. It's been average. And I think that has to be looked at as a positive when you consider what's been the case recently, especially with the form. I think there's a somewhat decent likelihood that he joins this team. Now, the first one is the connection that he has with Masuta. Remember, those two guys played together over the course of last year with Falcons, or I should say this year from Falcons. So there's at least that French connection of playing with one another. Rifler and in-game leader. I think he's proved that he can hold an international team to a somewhat decent level. I think that he can work with different pieces and experienced pieces. The issue is, do ITB want to buy him? Remember, he's on Falcon's bench, so he's not a free agent, which means ITB are going to have to dig deeper once again to try and get a player out and think about what they've spent so far this year. They've bought a lot of players out from organizations.
Yeah, indeed they have. It's a case whether that budget really does sustain itself, or maybe it's just going to be out of contract by the end of the year. There's possibilities for that at the same time for Body. At this point, all we can do is speculate about the permanent nature of ITB at this particular juncture. A lot more permanent on the 00Nation side of things, though. This is a roster that we, again, on paper had a lot of faith in, and I think over the tournament, they've proven themselves pretty well.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, you take that opening game against Sprout, and it was a testing affair. You think about that third map decider. They were down 4-10 on the CT side of Ancient, and they just bring in an incredible comeback on CT side where it feels like a few clutches are coming in, some really massive rounds are being presented, and then you go, okay, it was a lifeline. Right, we've just got the win. We've just been able to take over Sprout. We've got Big in the next game. Let's show if we can make ourselves competitive. They take Big's map pick of Ancient. They struggle a little bit in their first half, their T side of Nuke, and then even the third map side up, they probably should have closed out. So any time you're taking a map off of Big, and I'm even sitting there saying they probably should have won the series, that's got to look really positive. Because that just means that if they're playing anybody else in this comp that isn't to the same level of Big, they pretty much should be beating them.
And remember, the reason why you counted Big out in the favourite spot was because of their series against the 00Nation sides. It just goes to show that these guys probably have something about them when it comes to their current nature of form, right? They're starting to develop themselves into a roster that may well make a decent run here at the CCT Online Finals if they can carry on that potential against the big side into the lower bracket. And for me, I think that potential is good enough to get past the likes of ITB at least.
Well, they've proved it in previous tournaments. Again, there's 3 back-to-back 9 to 16th place, but at the same time, there's also 2 grand final victories in Tier 2 Cup. So we know that 00Nation have the ability of going deep. They just need to show it on a more consistent level. And I think this is a very good way to start your lower bracket run, which is to face off against a team that's in flux, that isn't very comfortable right now in CS2 with putting results up on the board.
Well, influx also means out of prediction, I think, for these two particular teams. So I'll be curious to see whether 00Nation can adapt to whatever curveballs ITB will try and throw them, or whatever Body might have up his sleeve. Player head-to-heads for this particular matchup, Blake. Who are the guys you're going to see as the pillars of the two squads?
Well, I think straight away you have to look at BMAS's performance in that first game that they played against Looking for Org. He was the one that was kind of keeping them in the game, and I think we were even saying out on Anubis, their map pick, without his performance, it could have legitimately been an absolute whitewash. It could have just been an annihilating kind of series, and even against Mouse NXT, he had, again, another good performance. So I think BMAS is a key rifler and a key piece, great in multi-frag scenarios, has that ability to drop 30s, and I look at JDC on the other side, he's the second highest rated player in the event, which is kind of wild when you consider that he's in the lower bracket. A team that's literally in the lower bracket has a player that's up there with that kind of stature. Against Big, he dropped 20 kills on map 1, 21 kills on map 2, and 22 kills on map 3. He's consistent, he puts numbers up, and he's going to be a threat in this series.
I think it's very appropriate you've picked two young guys who have been within the Tier 1 space in previous editions of their teams. So these are the guys that seem to be the consistent elements for their rosters. And JDC especially, hosting up the kind of numbers that he's done so far, I mean, it could be a very valuable entity right now for the 00Nation prospects. And again, it's one of those things where I take a look at him. He's not the only guy that could really take over control. We've mentioned Bird from Sky and how he's been able to call some incredible games for his previous teams. I think that calling started to come through for the 00Nation side. And I wonder how well he's going to utilize those other elements in play.
I think it's a great opportunity as well for some of these guys to maybe have that stigma that they're not the problem, right? Like, I think you look at JDC towards his end time of Mouse, it's like, right, who's the guy that's not making us get more success? You end up getting kicked, and you have to kind of fall back down to the Tier 2 atmosphere. Sirison, very similar conversation with Big, had really good online form when they're at their peak, but dropped off towards the end. Nico and OG as well, couldn't find that consistency. So I think for a lot of the Tier 1 guys that find themselves on teams like 00Nation, they want to prove that they've still got it, and they want to prove that even if the roles are slightly different, they can do better, and they can try and get that hunger back to Tier 1.
I mean, just to get the comparison point as well, you could say the exact same thing with Bemis. He was on FaZe and Mouse unceremoniously removed from that roster to make way for the Academy project. Like, that's a real big situation for him. Now in the Tier 2 atmosphere, I wonder whether or not he'll carry ITB further on in the bracket. Map vetoes, Dweg, where are we going in our bans and picks?
Oh, we're seeing a lot of Anubis picks coming through for ITB, but I've got a feeling that 00Nation will pick that here today. So I think in terms of a bans, we should see Nuke being banned out for ITB. That's not a map that they enjoy playing at all. We know that 00Nation don't like their Inferno. So I think for ITB, because 00Nation are probably going to pick Anubis, ITB probably pick into Mirage in this one.
Okay, so Mirage and Anubis we're looking at as the first two maps in our series. Indeed, the Nuke ban does come out from the Into the Breach side. Vertigo removed by the 00Nation camp, and Mirage is what ITB would pick. Anubis should be coming in, and indeed it is.
Yeah, I think towards the back end of the veto, you don't really want to be floating the Ancient all the way, or maybe you do for ITB. I look at Ancient and I think it's really strong for 00Nation. In CS2, 8 wins, 4 losses. They're gonna have to play some good CS ITB if they really think that they can take it successfully on Ancient.
Yeah, it's the highest played map in the pool for the 00Nation side, so they've got plenty of playing time on this, and probably even more maps than I think the entire ITB, or within that sort of region that ITB have in terms of their entire CS playing or CS2 playing time. Again, the key issue for ITB when it comes to weighing into map pools and vetoes is the fact that in CS2, they've not played many matches yet. Maybe that will change as time goes on, but for here and now, you kind of have to back 00Nation to win any sort of map veto.
Yeah, I think the absolute number is 15 maps have been played for ITB in CS2 on HLTV, and Ancient's been played 12 times in CS2 on HLTV. So it gives you a little bit of an idea that 00Nation, they've been playing a lot more. They've got a lot more series under their belt. They've won 10 out of the past 15 best of threes. ITB, 3 wins, 3 losses with 4 stand-ins of 1 stand-in every single time, but 4 out of 6 games featuring stand-ins. So I think right here for 00Nation, there's too much of an edge that you can't really give ITB the biggest hopes of winning this series today.
Yeah, I'm kind of running a similar hype train. I mean, just in terms of the history of the two teams' runs so far in the tournament, it feels like to me 00Nation have had the stronger prospects. They've had the stronger teams overall. They've had the much more difficult battles, and they've been able to still come out on those battles even when they take those losses. So in my eyes, they feel like the stronger team from the outset. The veto definitely feels like it should be theirs to hold it, even for the maps 2 and 3. Maybe you could give ITB a little bit of leeway and potentially give them a Mirage, but even a 2-0 I feel like might even be possible for 00Nation.
Yeah, I think it could be. Again, I look at that Mirage, and for 00Nation, they don't play it a huge amount, so it does probably come down to one of those kind of maps where on-the-day performance is going to be very important. Can JDC work a lot of those entry attempts? Can Sirison out-AWP Crucial? I think Crucial's really struggled across this event so far. He was quiet against Looking for Org. He was quiet versus Mouse and NXT. Well, that's very different. Sirison's actually played very well in their first opening couple of best of threes.
Yeah, I have to agree. I just think that overall, the 00Nation players have just had a slightly better affair, and I think that's really what it boils down to over the course of the CCT Online Finals. And for them, it must feel really good, the fact that they're up against this ITB roster. We've mentioned the influx roster that they have over on that particular side of things, and again, the only thing they've really got towards their favour is unpredictability. All the evidence, all the stats, all the history, they favour 00Nation as we look set to get into our first map of our third best of 3 of the lower bracket. So here we go, Mirage, Mr. Unpredictable at this stage. Dweg, are you back in the 2-0?
I want to go 3 maps. I want to go 2-1. I think it could be competitive on map number 1, but I have to give ITB at least some benefit of the doubt.
Well, I think if ITB are going to win one map, it would be this Mirage. So all eyes on them to start off this series. They're on the T side, as you would expect. Fast plays in from the USPs. 3 players down through underpass into the apartments, and they get 2 kills for it. They can back out with great prejudice because they've got a 5-on-3 already.
Now, BMS has been able to walk out and create a lot of space towards the A site. The issue is he doesn't really have any teammate support, so out alone, a lot of CTs against ya. Masuda and Body, it might be the 2 French left, but there is no chance in this round.
Masuda will try and fight on because he doesn't have a choice. And JDC will keep his eyes at the crossfire alongside Searson's position. Masuda trying to find an angle of access towards the A-bomb site. And to their credit, there is a path in for the bomb itself. It has to go out into the open. It's into the hands of JDC as a result. Masuda will drop for it. So Body alone in the 1-on-5. Unknown to the CTs for now. And he try and find these individuals. Jump over the corner against JDC. That's 1 man down in the CT forces. But now with the man being known and covered off from all bomb plant positions, there's no real chance of getting the cash bonus, let alone the round itself. 40 seconds. He has forced out another fight onto Susp. Considering the default plant, just tapping forward, trying to make some noise and draw attention from 00Nation, but surely this is all a lost cause.
Yeah, there's no way that I think he can even tap the bomb. He just needs to keep fighting and almost hope that the CTs keep overextending. Has done a little bit of tag damage to Sirison out here towards Connector, and eventually that USP shot's going to come through for the first round in 00Nation. Now, we did see for ITB, they started off the day with a pretty clean 2-0 against Project G, which is X-Flounce, a new international project. Now, Mirage did get picked in that best-of-3 series. ITB, obviously, starting out on the T side, got an 8-5 half, and actually made it pretty comfortable right towards the end, or 8-4 I should say. I made it quite comfortable towards the tail end. So we're looking at the time that they got 8 rounds. I don't know, like somewhere in that sort of ballpark would be quite a good guideline for this kind of series.
Our Body's going to try and clap back and start to score some of that. Nico, first casualty of this round, the Eagle on a 3 upgrades rather here for ITB. 1 the Eagle, 2 P250s. But no Kevlar and utility to support. At least they got the opening kill.
Yeah, there's very few players, Jay, in the game that maybe have a spot called after them or an action called after them. Unfortunately, we don't get the Body wallbang anymore, but that was really early on in his career when we started seeing that as well.
Good old Cash.
Yeah, bring it back.
Bring it back, indeed.
And you are saying it incorrectly as well, Jay.
It's Cash.
It is Cash.
It's Cash. Midwalk coming in from ITB. Let's see if they can get the cash, the other cash, to sustain a buy in the next round. Preferably with the bomb plan. They'll have the loss bonus going their way in this one. That's why they haven't bought any Kevlar or utility. You mentioned that before. See whether they can take any weapons away from 00Nation. Unfortunately, the SMG is next to face. Susp gets a Body to drop.
Yeah, JDC, it's all about that timing of whether Crucial can make himself into window when the con players start to strike, because they could at least drop 1 M4.
I'm taking Susp out the game here, but Bird from Sky and JDC have a couple more picks back to their name. 3 casualties overall here for the CT side. So yeah, cash deficit on the 00Nation camp. ITV have Masuda looking for a little bit more. Low HP, he still got Searson. Sees exactly where JDC is. He's clutched it out of nowhere.
Okay, that really didn't look like that was going to be one. That's an excellent steal coming through from ITB. 00Nation start losing a couple of picks out there towards Con. And in the end, Masuda. Damn, what a nasty sequence.
That shouldn't have happened, I don't think.
No, 3v1.
It's that burst right there that was like, okay, hang on, this might be on. JDC, unfortunately, unable to do much there. Wow, what a steal for ITB. Wasn't even a force buy in that second round. Now the cash is built. They've got AKs and M4s. They're not sparing any expense against the Deagle force back in from 00Nation, who must be feeling a little bit miffed at that round.
And very much so. 00Nation will not be happy. Sirison not even investing, wanting to try and stabilize his economy float for the AWP investment, which puts even more of a disastrous attempt at this force buy victory. Now the USP has not seen anything out towards Underpass. He's hoping for a double dink onto Rowland.
Careful placements on the CT side of things. Zralen continues bursting through from underpass to try and catch these players off. Suspects that Searson might still be up there in the sniper's nest to put the flashbangs out to keep that player blinded. That way he has no issues with crossing out to connector. But the main T-side forces on shore.
Now, this pretty much means that for Bird from Sky, unless he multis up, there shouldn't be much way of the round being successful. Rallen against JDC up here towards top con. The Deagle take a lot of damage and eventually drops.
Frag found. Follow up there from Body on the B-bomb site. Searson trying to see if he can get to a player. Might find Crucial here in this case. Rallen's going to catch Nico, and Searson gets shut down anyway by Crucial. Should have tipped his eyes on that short presence. Suspin a 1-on-5. Surrounded by the T-side. Takes one player with him. The second man lesser so. As the lead goes the way of ITB.
And it just shows you, again, that second round should have been a fairly easy anti-eco conversion. You could have allowed yourself to go 2-up, win the opening rifle round, 3-0 up, and start really pressing for as much success on that CT side as possible. And unfortunately, one eco still has kind of shaped up a very good-looking T side here from ITB. In a series like this, and anytime you're in the lower bracket, I feel like key mistakes like that can just lead to not only map victories, but series victories if they're consistent.
Harsher eco now for 00Nations. This should be the 3-1 start for ITB. Very nicely played in terms of their steals and follow-ups. Body might get overwhelmed by the numbers game here in mid. He is working upon this CT side and does lose his life towards Nico. Crucial's there with the Mat 10 to get a couple more picks back, recover some cash. Maybe hunt JDC later on the bomb. However, should commit towards the A play. So here's getting those guns back and forth.
And in terms of an organization point of view for 00Nation, I think they've gone through quite a few changes recently. They had the Brazilian lineup, which was obviously Cold Zero's X team. They also had the academy of the 00 prospects. Both of them have been dropped. They've gone into a brand new project, and they've got a well-established Tier 2 IGL at the helm. And very similar to TSM, it's a brand new project of a full 5 roster in which no player changes have been made for either squad just yet.
We were talking about the prospects of making changes on TSM if results don't come through.
I mean, I suppose similar to 00Nation. Like, again, I think for both of these international projects, time is obviously one of those things that we don't exactly know where the cutoff's going to be. But one caveat, one advantage that we can give for 00Nation over TSM is they've at least done something. They've at least got a trophy cabinet of a couple of online results.
Well, if they can continue strength here in CCT, that would be even better. I don't know if they go so far as to win the title itself, but that's still something to try and aim for and try to see how deep you can go along the way.
I mean, last time they were out quite early, weren't they? I mean, they lost to Sprout in their opening game, obviously got the reverse sweep this time around, and then out to OG in the lower bracket round 1. I mean, no one really likes that draw.
As unfortunate as it might be, they have gone a little bit deeper on this occasion. And again, we suspect that they probably could get this victory over ITB even so. Right now set in with their weapons, the gun buy, of course, for 00Nation, have the AK saved in from JDC's part. With that eco on the chin, now look towards the true competition of round number 5. And JDC is trying to hunt for one man. Interestingly enough, he's the one with the AK. Rallen with the saved M4 gets a lot of damage off, but JDC wins the fight.
And the issue is now for JDC, doesn't really have a lot of assistance to get out of con, so they can try and cross-smoke, but there could still be some spam from Body up here towards top mid to disallow that player to start moving away. And it might put a little bit more emphasis as well out towards the A site to try and work a bit of a pick towards ramp in the meanwhile.
Flash from Searson. Gonna try and set Nico in for a couple of kills. Runs right into Crucial, catches none of that flashbang. Searson can take back Masuta though, and now Crucial will have his eyes set on the bomb site. The Molotov trying to drive the German out of the corner, put that smoke in. Burns a little bit for it though. Meanwhile, JDC has caught a second kill. Body has fallen. That nade is awkward for Bemis. That's not a good look at all. They've reduced to 4-on-2, and that possibly, if it landed correctly, could have taken JDC out.
Oh, I think it 100% does. 21 HP, out to connector. Yeah, for sure he goes down. AWP up against AWP. Crucial working in and around this lurk smoke, and he's been seen up here to Tetris.
gun barrel sticking out, but he still catches Searson. Runs in against the next player out towards the stairs. Flashbang over. Susp not flicked upon the M4. Can punish Beamer's back in with one of his own. Needs a 2K, and that's exactly what he gets. Grabs the bomb, but he's not aware of the backstab of Bird from Sky, looking to take to the skies and get the second on the board for 00Nation. Beamer's just tapping that bomb down, trying to see if he can force out a peek in from Bird. He's a little bit late to the marker, though. Beamer's escapes the eye of the M4, but will not escape the clutch from the CT side.
Well, it looked like God from Sky had almost choked that completely. I'm so surprised he doesn't just wide swing him. 5 seconds left on the clock. You know that he has to commit towards a plant. You know that he's out there towards default, and instead he just walk contacts the whole way. Oh, that was a little bit too close. Very good effort there from BMAS, and I think that's again something that we saw in that series against Looking for Org. He was keeping them in the game. He was bringing in huge levels of impact in clutches and multi-frag situations, and that was nearly one right there in the 1v3.
Came down to one spray. Saw how little damage he took in that case. I mean, yeah, it was the 30 HP chunk, but still, 70 points is still workable. Just needed that one headshot, that one bullet to line up onto Bird from Sky, and it could have been a very different story. As it stands, though, the second round is on the board for 00Nation, and they've got a tactical pause off the back of it.
I don't think they'd be too happy about Susp's duel out there towards stairs. I mean, it's a little bit individual, right? You've still got Bird from Sky coming in from ramp. Could have fell back out to Con and played the 2v1 from that point onwards. So maybe that's just something that they're talking about. JDC got another pick out there towards underpass. It was a 4v2. Then it was a 3v1. Like, they should have had more players staying alive than what it actually came out to be. So if they lose round number 6, they're just going to get reset once again. And I'm really keen to see if Searson can get back to that form that we saw from him in 2020 online for Big, when Big were literally at that peak. I think he was, what, HLTV's 10th best player in the world that year and got the ranking?
Impressive stat. Suter making point on this round for ITB. Bird from Sky and Susp over on that B defensive as the walk forward on A will come through from Nico. Molotovs will keep them suppressed here over on the CT side of things. The smoke and a flashbang combination will cancel whatever they were planning for there. Scatter as they make their way back from underpass.
JDC is very defensive in comparison to the last round where we saw him peek underpass. And Body going to try and get into window behind that molly, making quite a bit of noise, and JDC does not win out the opener.
There's your fight. There's your frag and your advantage now for ITB. 00Nation stacking up short, trying to see if they can get that trade in against Roland. Not in the ladder room, are they going to be quite aware of this position? You are right about this. He's going in for a big old backstab. Oh, this could be massive. Body is ready for it, and he gets the kill in anyway. Now they've got a full send because Roland creeps into the bomb site, gets caught off a Bird from Sky, still able to land a double. And the AWP left in a 1-on-5. Just got to save in this case.
Now, that was a sick round from Body. Really good picks being established. And just to even have that behind-the-head knowledge that while they're setting up for the bigs, like while they're trying to set up for the split, just keep eyes on that backstab. Nico just gets deleted completely. And I think another thing to compare is obviously Body's last international team of Falcons. He didn't exactly have the most experienced players on his team. I mean, you have Boris on that team, you have MHL, you have Lonks. You kind of going down the list, a lot of those guys have only played at Tier 2 level. They haven't played that many Tier 1 events in the past. And you think about maybe this is a project that could be more successful for Body, just on the idea that these guys have played on major stage. These guys have played at Tier 1 levels for long stints in their career. And maybe that's something that he needs to work with to get more out of the team, to be able to push them to a higher degree.
Well, again, whether that comes to fruition is something that only time can tell. Now it's a good start, and a good follow-up from ITV's part of things. Turning around that second round from 00Nation and putting them back on their low economy state, back to the USPs and a P2K. Stacking towards the A side, though, as Red with its executions are coming in pretty well.
And they could at least get a couple of casualties here. If there's a little bit of a hard bait and no one's peeking, this could actually be quite successful for kills.
Onto the cross. Molly sent as well, out towards the dark position. One player's out, will get caught by Bemis. Masuta does get flashed off. JDC with plenty of deep damage. The pistols are working here. Body tries to deny that. counter CCT forces, brings it into a 2-on-2, knows where Sus is, Crucial can catch him, and Bird from Sky caught off by both of those rifles. That got very scary for a moment there.
Yeah, we've had a few full eco stills over the course of this event. This is only day 5, and I feel like we've had about 6 already. Yeah, I suppose, again, there was not a lot of info there for ITB. Yeah, they filter out that first player towards Dark, but everybody else is completely tucked, and that was a great flashbang as well being set up by the City side, so they'll be happy about the economical damage. They just have to do something about it. They've got to stop this round streak. This is a very good beginning at 5-2 for ITB.
Just got to keep it running. Orbs posted as standard. Searson watching for a shot. Body is going to get caught for it. Man advantage for 00Nation this time. ITB caught up in mid, looking to try and back off. They'll leave the AWP out there, though. Trying to hunt ahead of that smoke, which will start to clear. Short's going to be revealed to both sides. ITB hoping to back off. Rowland putting extra utility support. Masuta up close in the midst of that smoke. Does find Searson, but JDC quick to trade him back.
He's done well to get one there, and JDC is stuck right now. BMAS has got a kill towards A. A-Sun's completely opened up. The issue is they've got no bomb control. Crucial needs to go back towards it and take it around, but he's even thinking that someone's aggressed in from TV, so it's going to take a while for this bomb to get to A.
No one was in the apartments or has the coverage of the apartments for ITB. Ever since that underpass player went down, for all they know, they could have pushed up from there. He does grab that bomb and start committing it. The real threat comes in towards CT spawn. Bird from Sky checking the site. Will he clear firebox? Will Beamers look to attack? This could be a bomb plant denial here. If the timing's right for 00Nation, that could be massive and beneficial, but Sus has been caught off. Molly's and Orb sent. Bemis leaning in. He doesn't see the pixel worth of a player over on Bird from Sky. Bomb being seen. Orpa could get denied. Bemis being heard. Bird from Sky playing so carefully, waiting for the backstab to come around. Bemis around the corner. Finally going to get caught. A swing there for the double. Patience, a virtue as always. And Rylon is left to clutch it. Bomb is open for him, though. He can defend from this position over at Jungler. Don't know how much 00Nation have on him. They have the info now. Engagement from JDC. Bird from Sky on the defuse. Smokes in the way. Roland with a kill. Blind spray. Doesn't get to the captain. He's still on it. It's a 10-second stick. Roland's got bad info. He's not spraying to the man. And time is everything to Bird from Sky.
Oh my god, you're right about wrong info. Rowland not spamming where the bomb's being planted from. I'm sure chaos in the comms to try and relay that information over. Bird from Sky with another 1vx. We look at the 30-year-old, the in-game leader. Very good trigger discipline and an overall fantastic clutch.
You love to see it sometimes, don't you? Might be captain, might not have the star roles, but sometimes he is a star player. And in that round, he certainly was. A third for 00Nation. ITB have to force back, or I say force back, full buyback into this round. They have got some limitations of utility here and there. Body just used his last piece. Masuja's got a flashbang. They've got rifles at the very most. They've got their true weapons in play. It's a case of applying them to 00Nation and making it turn into a successful round here.
And Nico can't afford to go aggressive into A main without a piece of util. Now, JDC does have a flash, so at one point in the round, if he does get flashed in, that could be the opportunity. Masuta does go down, and he knows the AWP is around the corner as well. A double kill. Really impact-heavy stuff.
Missed shot from Crucial. Nico had only 11 HP and still won that fight. Now upgrade to the big green play. Double AWP set up now for 00Nation.
But some guys making info play towards the bomb. He's pressed the apartments here.
They've timed this and placed this so fantastically, not just in this round, but just in general. Remember the play out towards the palace that almost got the backstab in the apartments? Now Bird from Sky's about to see what's going on. Gonna catch him, spray through on Rowland. He's a dead man. Body gets caught as well in mid. And it's Bemis in a 1-on-5. This round has gone up in smoke.
Well, for Bird gets pulled, that at least the player that doesn't drop looks back towards underpass. JDC's gonna get an easy one. Like, it's just gonna be a freebie at that contact.
Well, Bird from Sky's got info. The CTs are going to try and hunt him off the time. I think the other players might be a little bit late, and Bird is going to get forced back by that Molotov. There was a chance available to try and get him after the timer, and that would have been even more crippling for the T side, because now money is very lopsided for them. At least with that AK, they seem to want to go back in with more. Crucial's already bought an AK, and the other rifles will follow alongside a tactical pause here for ITB.
And they call him Radar from Sky for good reason, right? Always making good info plays. And I think right there, again, for 00Nation, this is now a couple of very good rounds in a row that can shape themselves up to possibly go undefeated for the rest of the half. Like 4 to 5, if they can really pull this stretch down, you put the T's in a bit of an awkward economy state. I mean, 2,400 loss bonus in the next round. If ITB aren't winning round number 10, you can't expect a buy on the table for round number 11.
Yeah, the money will be whittled away. Bomb plant bonus might be a minimum effort regard in that respect.
Mm.
Into the breach. Now only ahead by 1, 00Nation. To close the gap would be to take the lead as well. See what they can find with it. Searson's all posted up in mid, trying to shoot through that smoke. Might catch timing on the players that are out there in mid. Meanwhile, Bemis with a ramp walk. Body's going to get caught tagged, but Nico's going to get caught dead. So advantage is here with the T-side line. Rotations are forced. Again, Bemis trying to become the hero for ITB.
Just an excellent recovery from Bird from Sky. And meanwhile, being able to return one of those picks out there in apps. And Susp is getting very aggressive behind this lurk smoke.
Roland's going to get caught with information, but JDC is going down. Crucial. Just about catches Susp, and Bird from Sky overextends out there towards apartments. The advantages they gain there on the 00Nation side, the even standing, falls apart at the seams. ITB now have a 4-on-1, and Searson's just got to save his weapon, assuming he can get away from Bemis here.
That was a superb opening kill from Bemis. Think about that timing. And Nico starts repositioning, gets his knife pulled out, starts moving away from triple, and it's just an instant kill. And that's something that you can always expect from some of your lurk players, is just the intuition to catch good timings and to know when's best to jiggle, when's best to peek, when's best to even commit towards a fight rather than just fall back with the info. And that was a sitter of a kill from Bemis, and I think it shows that even though Bird from Sky got a returning pick, they needed more in the round, and they wanted more. And as soon as Susp makes that overextension, it's high risk, high reward. He could have potentially got 2, but as soon as he gets nothing, that round just crumbles.
Yeah, the first and 3K sequence that ITB got. Everyone just got mopped up there, and the lead is defended by the Knights for now. The economy state for 00Nation is not fantastic either. They're taking heavy casualties. Talk about the prospects of ITB's buys being a bit more awkward now. It's just this AWP in play. I think they're on single stage loss bonus, so it's pretty low at the very least here for 00Nation. Yeah, double eco status for Nico. Not a lot of cash in general across the CT board.
This is one that they don't have to buy, but you can see them still buying. It's one of those kind of calls. Just because one player's double eco means that you can have a lighter investment kind of round. You also need to look at the idea that money is still strong enough for the majority of players that they feel if they do force it up, they're going to get the AWP out, they're going to get the M4, and they're going to have a decent amount of utility.
We saw an M4 getting brought out by Susp for a second there, so I imagine that we will be seeing the rest of the guns come back. Or at least whatever they can afford here. 2 for Masters, 1 Deagle. So again, as you mentioned before, not the best of buys, but one that they're going to commit to anyway because of the double eco status. It'll be harsh eco in the next unless they can win it. I mean, well, I say harsh eco, typically it would be, but it is going to be round 12, so needs to be a win to sustain the investments. Masuta and Beamish just get their picks in. Susp with the Deagle does clap back with 1, but only 1.
Start rotating that dig out towards the B side, considering Bird from Sky's dropped. The JDC, see you later. Ooh, Kush actually fires a bit early of that smoke, and it costs him. I thought he was going to have some trigger discipline there.
I'm so surprised that JDC won that. Swing back of the FAMAS, the lower firepower weapon still makes it successful. Now Ryan extending, Masuta moving out, the Deagle not quite ready for the AK. The bomb should go down from here, but the AWP has been recovered. There's an AK coming in from the short position in JDC, trying to be a hero. The heroes are put down here on Mirage. 1 versus 3 for Nico. 1 more round and a half, and he's thinking it's best to hold on to the AWP for the next Force Invest, because that is what it's going to be for 00Nation here. Masuta creeping on him, gets taken back. Nico's not going to survive against Body though. Back turned, kill found, nothing remaining for the CT side.
Yeah, 7-4, and now should be 8-4. Into the breach, can be very happy with the performance that we're seeing from them right now on T's side. Because think about this. Bird from Sky won, what, 2 clutches in that first half? and they've only managed 4 rounds. And I think what that shows is, even though they've had high levels of impact at certain moments, it hasn't followed up into rounds. They haven't been able to create round streaks, or at least for very long. And because of that, it means ITB is going to have a healthy lead going into the second half.
And they want to get this round over and done with real quick. Body was just prodding out of that ramp position. NiKo smoked down as the forward defender and the only defender of this A bomb site. JDC's SMG is going to find one on Rowland, so that's a rifle that can get recovered. And a man advantage that could be maintained, assuming he's ready for Masuta here, which he's absolutely not.
A shame. Anytime you pick up a rifle like an AK in a round like this, you feel like it's going to have a lot more jump spot. Could be a bait. Does Masuta expect Bird from Sky to be here? Well, already noise has been made and he's dropped off.
Smoke on connector to cover off the mid control. Masuta's making noise. Searson's being challenged. 2 points of health for the scout. The Deagles here at the crossfire need to go massive. Bird from Sky missing them all. Susp has been taken down as well. Now left to Searson's 2 points of health in marker to defend the B-bomb site. He's not going to last long. And NiKo's backstab will not do anything at all. This is going to be an 8-4 half. You're right about that, Dweg. ITB looking stellar on T-side and Mirage.
A good showing. Again, 8-4. There's no complaints to be had whatsoever. And I think going into this series, 00Nation are obviously going to be the favourites due to form and just the overall ability of going deep and with ITB standing situations. But any time on your map pick you deliver a clean performance and you kind of show us that you've got that ability to close maps down easily, it does throw into question what we can expect from an overall performance for ITB in this best of 3.
Well, the 1x bet odds have them as favourites for this map up for now. Rightfully so with the way that T-side went. 00Nation, how can their T-side go? Can they get anything to recover here on Mirage? And they've got the back end of the series to really fall back on, but it would be lovely for them to try and show some decency here and now and show up ITB before going towards that Anubis. Pistols in towards mid for the likes of Body, who just executes Bird from Sky. IGL action on IGL action. 5-on-4 for ITB.
I mentioned it in the series against Looking for Org. Body is a very much underrated in-game leader in fragging departments. He puts up a lot of impact, and we've seen it across this first half. Now transitioning into the second, even Masuda out here towards bench. Doesn't feel like much of a struggle to get these next couple of kills. Even out onto the bomb site, Susper's going to draw to that market rotation. And Saracen, well, I mean, it's not going to happen, is it?
No. Be pretty special if it did. But realism isn't special at all. Body closes him down.
I've got something that could be quite important, Jay. At 2:38 BAST yesterday, we saw Thomas tweet a UK GIF. Any thoughts? It was a flag to anyone that didn't see it. UK flag.
Didn't we talk about this the other day? Or
we did, but we didn't talk about it live in front of all these people watching.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's very cryptic because there's no comments or anything about it.
There is an emoji of the eyes.
So either that means he's going to a UK team or ITB are going to bring back the UK team there. And I think that the first option feels a lot more likely than the second.
Intriguing. Of course, Thomas is riding the bench of ITB, for those of you that are not quite aware.
Yeah, the substitute role at the moment.
Former captain, led them to the major. Not playing in server today, and not playing at all for the CCT online finals. Or any of their officials, as far as I'm aware. 10-4 for them. They're doing just fine without him for the time being against 00Nation. There's an eco round right there, so guns should be coming in. We saw the AK from one individual, so the rest of them should follow suit.
At 00Nation, I kind of want to say this is the last chance. 4-10 down, an opening rifle round would be very important. Now, this is the exact same scoreline that we saw against Sprout in map 3 of the opening game, and they won it. It went all the way down to a 13-11, didn't go towards overtime, but it's a different map, and it's T-side, and it's against ITB. So it might have happened once, I don't think it's going to happen again.
AKs and M4s, all automatics across the board, and the automatics of ITB are going to win out the opening. NiKo down to Crucial, starting advantage for the CT side here. JDC trying to press on towards the T-side contact, recover the situation right now for them.
Rowland needs to try and maintain both top connector and out to window. Crucial, even going to have a flash forward. Now, no one spams, so still a lack of info of what's happening towards Con. Good kill there from Crucial. That's another one from him in the round.
Yeah, 5-on-3. ITB in full control and looking to extend that control even further as JDC gets caught off in mid. Bird from Sky. Cut down by Rowland next. Searson, no chance. ITB looking incredibly dominant on the tail end of the CT side. And I imagine that we might not be on Mirage for much longer.
I mentioned it earlier that Crucial's been struggling in this event so far. Only 2 out of the 5 maps had featured a positive KD difference, and he's only averaged 14 kills per map. Now, right now, he's on 14, but I think when you look at the level of impact in some of his multi-frags and the ability that they're also not struggling and that it's not competitive and we're only going into round 16, I think this is a positive sign for him moving forward into the rest of the series.
Forced back in with 00Nation. Meanwhile, no positivity at the moment. As it's definitely looking like the beginning of the end for them. Trying to engage with that pistol. Crucial's M4 to get better. JDC caught off by Susp in the apartments, and Masuta will drop for that man. Double up for the Galil. Not quite the triple. Crucial maintains order, maintains man advantage, but not for much longer. 2v2 with Searson's casualty. And the bomb can go down here, but still all onto Nico now to clutch this round.
And they've got Incendiary and HG. They know that that bomb's been planted out there towards default. He's just going to get forced out.
Nade to 44. Needs the one taps. Not going to happen against Bemis. And there it is. Map point for ITB on their map pick.
And this has got to be a really good feeling for BMAS, because remember, him and JDC played together on Mouse from August, or from April to August, I should say, in 2022. So it wasn't the longest of stints that they were together. But at the same time, anytime you've got ex-teammates that sort of in the past and now going up against one another, and you're putting on this kind of performance, it's like, yeah, well, what are you laughing about that now? We're kind of just wrecking you on the server.
That's one way of describing what ITB are doing to 00Nation right now. 8 rounds to the good for the CT forces. 8 map points for them. We haven't seen a round in a very long time for 00Nation at that. I think we're 7 in a row at this moment, including the ones from the previous half. As ITB go 1-for-1 in mid, JDC trying to recover the situation for 00Nation. Molotovs and nades go back and forth. Overall, it's a HP advantage for the CT side.
JDC out here in mid has got a lot of teammates around him, both Susp and Bird from Sky. Crucial wants to peek before that smoke comes up. He actually didn't spot JDC out there from Chair.
Smoke's back. Susp hearing footsteps there in the sniper's nest. The smoker's in the way for now. We'll call that into his teammates. JDC will be wary of that position, as will Bird from Sky. Both players moving in on short. Back up on the B bomb site here for the 2 defenders. Susp still hunting up Crucial.
JDC needs to try and crack one of these entries. Off angle being held from Rowland, and Masuda helps out on B.
Nico with a responsive though, trying to see if he can get back in. He's low HP, needs Susp to get back here because the bomb has been dropped in the open. Second man of the rotation. Nico continues drawing attention towards himself. Susp going to get caught off. Now it's 29 HP in the Dream for the 1 versus 3 now of the Dane. Out of the window. Best he can go, being faced upon by one man outside of the site, and there it is. The closer from Crucial, 13-4, absolutely dominant from ITB as they take map 1, their own pick in the best of 3.
Yeah, I don't know what to think with that kind of performance. Again, Mirage is not a map that gets played very often for 00Nation. They've actually only played it twice in CS2, but even still, like you're kind of expecting a competitive nature, and they just got choke slams. That was just really not even what felt like an affair. Like, it wasn't even a battle at all.
Yeah, equally so, though. I do look at the history that they've had, and they have had some pretty disappointing affairs. You mentioned both those maps that they played have been a loss, one of which was a 13-5 to Pompa. So it does indicate to me that this map probably isn't as confident as we'd like it to be. I mean, certainly doesn't feel like that they obviously they didn't pick it into this series.
Yeah.
And again, that back end of the veto still seems to favor 00Nation. Obviously, it's not an encouraging sign going into the second map, but I still hold a little bit of faith here for the 00Nation side.
It's a perfect way to bounce back. They'll be disappointed in themselves that they couldn't even hold a competitive nature. Now they're going into something that's a lot more comfortable. Again, Map 2 and Map 3 look really good from the Vito standalone performance, but for ITB, they're throwing it into question. They played very well there on their map pick.
Well, the veto might favour 00NATION, but the confidence and momentum may be with ITB at this stage. We'll see whether they can carry it forward into Anubis, our second map after the short break. Don't go anywhere. We roll on with Map 2.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
Well, ITB have driven their way into this series and got themselves a bit of a head start on their first map, their map pick of Mirage, going swimmingly towards their way. Dwayne, I mean, if you want to start off a series, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, and I honestly do believe there is a chance for 2-0. I don't think it's a big chance, but I think there is. And the reason why is, first off, Anubis was picked in both best of threes for ITB in this tournament so far. They picked it against Looking for Org, they picked it against Mouse NXT, and it shows that they are somewhat comfortable in the map. Yeah, okay, it has been back-to-back losses, 9 rounds against the French, overtime against the international squad. The idea that you put up that performance in map 1, that you're going to start on the T side, and you're going into a map that at least you've got game time and comfortable with body, if you can deliver that kind of performance again, I think a 2-0 is possible.
Yeah, that certainly just seemed like one way of taking a look at it. But on the other side of the board, you've got 00NATION and their like prospects of their map pick, right? They've got good results on this one in the past a few months. Their CS2 playing time is a lot more. You talk about the 4 maps that ITB have got so far. There's 9 on the board of the 00NATION side. A lot more wins than losses versus the 50-50 win rate that we have over from ITB. And there's a reason they picked into this map, right? We were saying during the pre-match, the back end looks really, really good. And I was saying that if there is going to be a 2-1 affair for ITB, then it would be on that first map, their pick, where they would be able to get the start. I'm going to stick with that. I think that, honestly, 00NATION are going to have a bit of an upper hand here.
And I think for 00Nation, they obviously need to change the performance that we saw against Sprout, because remember, that was their map pick in the series, and that was the only map they didn't win. They actually ended up winning Sprout's map pick of Inferno and then sent it that final map of Ancient where they're able to recover things. But in their map pick, we saw Torsen obviously having that ninja defuse of the 1v2 in the smoke. We saw Slime having an important AWP clutch out there on the B side. And you just start thinking to yourself, if a few rounds go right, if maybe BMAS and Body and Rowland show up like they did on map number 1, if Crucial can get that consistency going with the AWP, a few important rounds here and there might just be enough for ITB.
A few key pivotal mistakes made the mistakes overall and might have cost that map over from the 00Nation side, so to clean that up might be objective number 1 here. As we get into map number 2, it's Anubis. T-side start for ITB, 00Nation on the defensive lines. Let's jump into it with our pistol round here, Dwag. Again, I'm taking a look at the intricacies of 00Nation, see whether or not they've cleaned up their act since their last time out here in the CCT Online Finals.
Well, this would be one way to show it. ITB, a map 0 up in the series, and now an opportunity to squeeze as much success in map number 2 as possible. A very heavy stack out here to the B site from 00Nation. You've got a single spotter of Nico and Camera and Heaven towards A and of mid. Now, JDC's seen nothing out to Electric, so the information right now is Electric's clear, and we haven't seen anything mid either.
And starts rushing up the mid position against the JDC's position over here with Electric. He does find a body as the opening frag. Can't quite get any more out of this one. Masuta continuing to give chase, taking some damage. Bemis has caught JDC at last. The Susp is there to try and hold the back lines of the site itself. The player over in the corner has been undetected, so CSC can strike on 2. Crucial and Rowland down. Masuta with a responsibility. He's the only player left alive as ITB have fallen apart. 00Nation take the pistol.
Very good flashes on the counter-action out there towards Cave. Again, you're running into a gamble stack and you've lost the opening exchange right there for ITB. You want to try and take back that Electric control and you want to try and charge down JDC. And unfortunately, what they're running into is that first flash from Bird from Sky, Sirison from the backside peeking in, Susp doing exactly the same thing from the reverse side of default. And for ITB, they can look at that round being very unsuccessful. So a very light eco with a couple of upgraded P250s will feature in round number 2.
Yeah, I should see the basics from the 00Nation side. Standard affairs, you would expect it to go their way. Of course, it didn't go their way in the second round of the last map. We saw the all-important steal from ITB. But will that be the case on this occasion? Crucial has been taken down through the smoke first, so doesn't look like it for now.
JDC was the only member of 00Nation putting up numbers in that first map at 14 kills. Everybody else was either on 5 or 7, which is very concerning. And what we mentioned going into the start of this best of 3 was that JDC was the second highest rated player in the event. Now, it makes you wonder, just because he had levels of impact when it comes to kill numbers, it didn't really have huge levels of impact on turning rounds on its head. And that's where I'm going to look at JDC in this entire map of Anubis to turn things around for 00Nation.
One frag found, the follow-up. SMGs. They can close in and get the money together here for the CT forces, build the economy stake, keep all 5 players alive if possible. CSN does get caught by Masuta, so that's 1 pick. Nico better be ready for Bemis, and indeed he is. Now just sandwiching the T site, closing the pincers against them. Bird from Skies let Masuta cross. Might catch body though, indeed he does. Bomb being dropped, and now Masuta's got to go back for it. Unknown as of yet. Also with an SMG in his hand. Now Nico closes in, sees his man. Target locked. Casualty taken. 2-0 start for the nation.
Into the breach, have an opportunity of getting into a rifle round now. And when you look at their Anubis, I think the CT side round win percentage to the T side is actually very tight. And that might be just off of the basis that we actually have a small sample size, that it is only the 2 wins and the 2 losses. At least for the 00Nation, we know that there's a bit more separation. We know that they are going to be stronger in that second half and on the T side. So for Into the Breach, keeping it close at the early stage is going to be very important for them.
A gun round set for ITB. It's of course the standard set to the AKs, the bonuses in for 00Nation. A mid-control attempted take here from Rowland, facing off against Bird from Sky, trying to trade blows. The smokes and nades out towards the main control. Meanwhile, from Nico, going to keep them suppressed. ITB not allowed much vision at the moment.
It just shows that both Body and Masuda are quite happy to just take the respect rather than pop flash through the util or fight heavy for it. Just allow that retaking nades out there from main to be gained, that Nico can press that little bit further. And Rallen's taking a bit of damage on the spam out here towards House. He's going to re-smoke it off. And Bird from Sky, even with the Incendiary down on the other side from Rallen, you start thinking to yourself, at some point, a kill should be taken here from either squad with that spam.
Oh, it almost went one way and then almost went the other direction. Bird from Sky attacked to 46, Rallen down to 42. But both players break away from their positions and form up, regroup with their teammates, particularly on the B side for Bird from Sky. However, ITB are looking for the A play.
Yeah, it seemed like they wanted to actually flash in towards A main, but it might just be a contact now.
Oh, Masuda with a swing and a hit. Nico down, next man out with his back turned. Searson trying to rotate to a better position, but caught so far off guard. 2 entries at the very tail end of the round, forcing 00Nation to call in the save.
One of the members, I think it was Rallen, was actually lining up a Heaven smoke outside of A, and it just did not land towards Heaven whatsoever. So they're actually quite lucky in the end there that that didn't make a difference in the round. Masuda, though, I wonder why the call and the decision was to change it up, because they definitely had a flash, and it looked as if they had the intent to flash and then commit, but just going in dry, clearing out that close angle, maybe the position of knowing that Nico is the A player and that he had an MP9 in that last round was an indication that it might just be better to take the drier contact and just commit.
ITB now get in with their first. 00Nation. Just have those 3 key weapons that they can keep into the next and try and buy around them. To the breach with their startup in this map up, an all-important one at this juncture, not allowing the lead to get out of control from the CT forces. Now they can really start on the T side.
00Nation. You start thinking about even the idea that without that AWP, with the limitation of the FAMAS, do you maybe try something a little bit more aggressive to search for an opening man advantage? We saw in that last round, Rallen and Bird from Sky both took a lot of damage. This time around, Rallen's actually trying to take mid aggressively.
Bird from Sky close against Rallen's position. Just a corner separates the 2 individuals. Flash forward. Bird's caught dead to rights. Easy pick for the vet.
Now, when I actually think back to the game of 00Nation against Sprout, especially on that T side from Sprout, Bird from Sky was taking a battering. He was constantly being hammered in there from the doors in the mid position, and I wonder if that's something ITB looked at.
They've cleared up con. Oh, sorry, mid rather. Main now being taken by Masuda. Nico watching that M4 above the smoke. Sitting on top of the fountain position. Waiting for an angle of attack. He might start to make a move. Sees Masuda with his shoulder peeking out. A spray's not good enough. The AK does one better. Now leaning in. Sus with 1 pick. Only 1 frag. Rallen with a returning advantage of 4-on-2. Now nade through towards the Heaven smoke. Kill found to just deny the bomb plant for now. There's plenty of time to get it back and put it down somewhere else. And now JDC is going to come in and support Searson if they go for this retake.
Well, Bemis is seeing nothing going out towards A main. So that's going to be a tell that they're going to come through from camera and from Heaven.
JDC from camera, Searson from Heaven, body on the site. Undetected as of yet. Smokes in. Finally, body has been caught off. Crucial with a responsive. Now it's all on JDC. Mr. Castro in the clutch. Kits on him. 1 AK picked up and fragged back. Diffuse held. All held. Bemis not peeking it. And JDC. We definitely saw that from the other day, I'll tell you that.
Oh, that's got to be so annoying there for ITB, because that round's pretty much secured. I mean, you think of the entry that came through from Masuda, the way that they're capitalizing on the B side, very creative there to nade the smoke and at least deny Rallen that opportunity of getting the plant down the first time. And sometimes I feel as well, Bemis is just too far away. Like, I know he's trying to cut a rotate and he's trying to either deal with a late mid player or someone coming through from canals. But in a situation like that, having the 3v2 on the bomb site to pick off one another would have been so much easier to close that round.
swaying forward from Crucial, catching Nico as ITB try to get back into this matchup much earlier. Quick play into the A site. Rotations might get caught off on a mid player as well. But from Sky's SMG trying to engage, doesn't get anything rolling. Will get Searson to drop. Susp now caught out, trying to get a trade back against the man, but the A site's fallen, and it's fallen so quickly here.
Well, they start realizing, I think, after those last couple of rounds, that A is a weakness from the get-go. There is a lot of the anchor holds just being collapsed from Nico. And JDC might be able to get away with an exit, might be able to get away with at least a couple of picks, but not even anything. Oh, nicely done there from ITB, and I like the way that even though Crucial gets that first kill, it's not a full-on commit. They still have Rowland out there towards mid, and they almost freeze, don't they? They don't quite swing the bomb site all the way. They're not getting down out there towards default. They want to draw the CTs in.
Yeah, beautifully done there from ITB. That's the 2 on the trot.
This actually is going to be a double eco. Look at where the money state is for 00Nation.
Brought down to the Eagles in this occasion. Looking for Masuta for the steal back, but you're likely right about the double eco position. Nico does catch off one good headshot, but from Sky falls in trade, so advantage stays and extends for ITB with Nico's demise. A site taking Susp caught out over Electric. Searson, I don't know if he was spotted there. Could cut them off from the bomb, but the case of the 1v4 is the bigger concern.
I think it's always very difficult to criticize the buying state from 00Nation, because I think one thing that we always know, Jay, is that it's just a bird from Sky call, right? And I think if you're on that team, you have to buy into the system. Now, one of the reasons they've probably kind of double ecoed here is that they want a really strong rifle round. Even if they're not winning this Deagle round that just got presented, they'll get the AWP out for Searson. They'll make sure that they have good util come the next rifle round. But I think for us and maybe people at home, it sort of just feels like, well, if you double eco, you might as well buy down all the way and give yourself the best chance possible.
No buy potential here. Got to save to get the guns out in the next. ITB. Prime position to take full control of this T side. A lead over 00Nation if they can win this one, which seems very likely that they will do. All sorts of footsteps being heard in mid. I don't know if they're aware of the stack that's in play. Should start to prod towards the bomb sites with that information, though.
I want to ask as well, Jay, did you have Looking for Org losing 0-2 and ITB winning 2-0 on your bingo card today?
Absolutely not. Not a chance in hell. I might have had ITB with a potential 2-1. Scrape together. But certainly not with a 2-0 fashion. Still way too early to call it at this stage, though, Dweg. So we'll see whether 00Nation can continue to fight back when the rifles come out in the next round. Of course, Searson, after trying to see if he can get anything else out of this round, doesn't do anything against the likes of Bemis. ITB now have the lead on D side, and the rifles will return from the nation.
And you've got to think that for ITB, anytime you've picked Anubis twice in this competition, and both times it's been back-to-back losses, there would have been quite a bit of discussion and maybe even thought about, okay, what went wrong and how can we change it? Now, obviously, Looking for Org is a tougher team than Mouse NXT is, but it was a better performance from day to day. And when you're looking at very few officials with body in the team, they've got to be quite happy playing a map for the 3rd time now in this tournament with him.
Crucial, straight in against JDC. What a shot. Okay. Bird from Sky, caught off by Body as well. Again, captain on captain action, and not only are they happy with the maps being played, but also the fact they got a 5-on-3. ITB continuing to punish the CT side.
Now, Rowland out here towards B. If they freeze up the default right now and regroup and hit a bomb site together, the round's done. There realistically should be no way back. This is such a difficult position right now for 00Nation to recover. You've got a lot of map control out towards Electric from Body, so regrouping to a B split could be on the call, or it could also be a B fake to bring that bomb into A.
Got to see a hero moment from somebody here on the CT side. They're looking to gamble stack the A play, but with the smokes and the Molotovs coming in, it seems like it might end up being the B commitment. The bomb starting to rotate back out of water. Searson gets information of his own ahead of that smoke. Puts it out to extinguish the flames as well. ITB go full commitment, will get the bomb down. 00Nation will realize they picked the wrong gamble. They just got to save from here.
Hey, look at what Bemis is doing. He's not getting the bomb down, and you know why? It's going to get them more time. It's going to give them more time to set up for these exit kills towards A.
I don't think anyone's watching the back CT side either. They're so focused on the main entrance. Someone's just turned their attention towards camera, but the flank from Rala might be the more deadly element here. Now getting checked upon by the Orpa Searson. Does not quite spot his man. Rowland allowed to continue to walk up. Camera control also coming in from one individual. Rowland does go falling, so one casualty, one responsive, one more man to fall. They're going for this hunt. They have found an exit strategy over towards CT, which is the right call to make for Nico and Searson. Should escape the ire of the T side, as ITB will get to 5.
I actually think ITB are winning this 2-0. I know it's really early to call that, but what have we seen from 00Nation? Like, in terms of rifle rounds, it's been all ITB, and even we can look at that one round where JDC wins a 1v2. That's an individual clutch. That's an individual mistake there from ITB that's being capitalized upon. I think in terms of consistency and the more rifle rounds that we're seeing, I've been way more impressed from ITB in this first half performance.
Well, certainly if it keeps going like this, then you have reason to be concerned for the Nation. Got to get some sort of buffer room to move into that T side with. They've got another semi-investment. They're going to go heavy-handed on it, but they can only get out 4 rifles, not the 5th one on Bird from Sky, who's 5-7 is still good for the 1 pick in the midst of the chaos, in the midst of the T-side line. Crucial takes him down, but Bemis follows it up with a man advantage now for ITB. Very good nade from the mid player, but Roland is still alive here.
Yeah, fundamentally, ITB are looking solid in the defaults right now. Everyone's finding the picks. Everyone's creating space really nicely. Masuda's now taking back some of this canals control, and it might start shifting to another gamble stack towards A. And for Susp, you've got to feel for him. The only player on B right now.
AK set. Smokes. Posted up just as the rotation starts from Susp as well. He'll make his way back in to try hold some dominion over the site. Spray through the smoke, tagging up a little bit of damage on Bemis, but not enough to get the kill, and certainly not enough for the defensive hold. 4 on 3, looked out at B. 1 will go down, and they're already calling in another save here for 00Nation. This will be 6-3 now for ITB. They have the tied up half, and they're on to go further.
Yeah, they are. They're on to win this 2-0. Again, think about it. 3-1 start for 00Nation. Win pistol, win the anti-eco, and they've won a clutch. That's it. We have seen a round streak of now 5 rounds in a row for ITB, in which the majority of them have not been competitive. Numbers are low. 00Nation are being outclassed, and I kind of go back to that performance that we saw from Looking for Org yesterday against Anonymo, and I think about their performance against TSM, and I think you'll agree with me, Jay, when you're in the lower bracket, you can't afford to have an off day. You can't afford to let your map pick slip and to not give us the performance that we know. I mean, the way that 00Nation have played on Anubis previously has been very solid and very successful. They had a very good winning streak at one point that only just got ended recently for a really close overtime loss to Sprout. 6 wins, 3 losses in CS2. This is not good enough. It's as simple as that right now.
Well, that's 6 wins to 3 losses in this map for ITB. 00Nation are forced to take a tactical pause and figure out how they're going to turn this stat around. Because despite how much you can have faith in your T half, you need that extra little buffer room if you start off on CT side. You need to get some decency in to ensure that ITB's scoreline differential, their lead, isn't so big that you can't surmount it even with the greatest of comebacks. 00Nation need at least a couple more. Preferably they'd tie it up if possible.
And didn't we have the same conversation with Sprout when they got into the lower bracket, that they missed their opportunity when they played 00Nation? You could say the same for 00Nation. They were a map up versus Big when they stole Big's map pick. They could have closed in 2, and they weren't able to do so. Nuke, their map pick, I mean, just to give a little bit of context to what's happening right now, they were 3-0 up on the T side of Nuke, and then went 3-9 down. They lost 9 rounds in a row on their map pick.
But from Sky, finding the opener here. 00Nation going to have their IGL turn in a little bit more, though. Roland Frag found. Nico caught aggressive out to main. Walk out to Canals as well for JDC. Is he ready for Roland? Certainly ready for Masuta. That player will back off. The M4 going to hear those footsteps. Susp is going to catch Bemis with the aggression out towards B main, but Roland on for the 2K. He's keeping the man advantage here.
And unfortunately for 00Nation, every info play they're making is being unsuccessful. A main for Nico. Canals work. Again, no impact on the info play. And if I have to say that we'll see another gamble stack again, I think that starts to show you how these rounds are going down. How many disadvantages are really being seen by the international squad of 00Nation that they have to constantly gamble stack.
They are gamble stacking into the right site, about to receive the T-side players. We'll check camera though. Orp and M4 can line up. Sus gets the one kill. Seriously with the backline. 1 versus 1. 20 seconds. Body has got to prioritize the plant here. Searson might let him have it. Ace of the retake. Smoke ahead of it. Is he going to peek forward? He might just do so. 10 seconds. He's going in for the automatic weapon. Would have been heard. The Glock sees him as he opens up the smoke for it, and the Orp shot misses. ITB have just won the half.
I can't believe Body picks up that M4 and just holds the Glock. Doesn't even go out to it. Now, again, they might have heard it reload all the way to 0 bullets, and that might be a reason why, but just in the moment, holding out the Glock, not even trying to force the reload. Oh, that's a sick clutch. And that was such a desperate round needed there for the nation.
He got bodied. Round taken by ITB. Buyback to receive from 00Nation. Trying to scrape together whatever they can for round 11. Morgs in of Nico. Flash is sent for Masuta on the AK. We're going to try and lean in towards that scope weapon, try and win the fight against it. Struggles, Body's there for a responsive. Now the camera player of Bird from Sky. And MP9 versus the entire T-side force. He thinks better of going in for the engagement. JDC just one up, but look at Roland. He's ready to cut the rotations. 2 could line up for the man, but the spray's off against JDC, who just keeps the advantage for 00Nation here.
And Bemis wants another pick. He wants to try and get one out here towards A. Turn away from the flash. Knows that there's 2.
Gets fast, continues spraying on JDC, but again, he survives the inaccuracy, and it's all on Body. Less than 40 points of health, trying to hunt down Bird from Sky in a heaven. Knows that he's out there somewhere, but the question is exactly where. He's backed up. Body revealed. The spray is off the angle. And the SMG can keep this one together for 00Nation, an all-important 4th. Now try to convert it into a 5th to close the half.
I think both times there for ITB, it was either going to be Rowland or Bemis to close that round down. I think both of them, unfortunately, don't come through successfully. A very good pause there from Rowland, just on a huge off angle. The lineup comes through, a very quick trade. JDC actually didn't even take the majority of damage there. So 2 hero moments present, but both are denied.
ITB will not be denied the investment. They've had so many rounds in a row here that they've got just cash to keep buying for another half if they wanted to. Searson has landed the first. His AWP. The fine Bemis out from B main. The AWP of Crucial can't quite catch the player over at Electric. The utility sent back towards Masuta, the incendiary, to stop them from making progress. Smoke sent H, back in. Suffy evades quite a lot of damage there, and that Molotov does not extend to the man either. They might think it's completely clear. Body may be in trouble here. Indeed, Susp catches him, and it's a 5-on-3 for 00Nation.
And there are lineups with the molly out there towards Dark and Electric to make sure that there is no gap, that there is no saving position in the corner. But one on the fly does not work out. And now for ITB, this is a stressful situation. There's a lack of map control outside of Masuta's canal work. Maybe they contact into mid, but 3v5, this doesn't feel winnable.
Orp lean, Bird seen. Rather than pressing, this time Bird from Sky has backup. Nico can sponge the kill against the AWPer, but Crucial is in for 2. And now in for the ace. And you're going to need the ace to clutch this 1v3.
And there's still 40 seconds on the clock. And the issue is, does anyone give him a fight? Saracens holding house with the NWP and camera.
Ooh, JDC doesn't get caught off the nade there from Searson to close out with the ding damage. And 00Nation can recover 5 to 7 on the board of ITB. It could have been much worse for them, so the question, Dwight, is, have they done enough?
I actually don't think so. I think they're going to work really hard to recover things. I think ITB have shown a lot of quality in this first half. And yeah, you can use the common excuse of, it is T-side of Anubis. Yeah, I'll take that to an extent. I also won't take the amount of, or maybe the lack of success in Rifle Round. Again, that was a 3-1 start for 00Nation on their map pick, and they only got 2 rounds from that point onwards.
Well, both sides of that argument are valid, though. 00Nation now off to their T-side line. If there's a moment of recovery, it would be in this half. ITB set to their pistol basis with the USPs out. The Glocks coming in from the Nation. Bird from Sky leading the charge up mid, as you would expect, seeing at least 1, possibly 2 players. Smokes down to Beamer's position as JDC starts to lean in to the B site. Ryland's caught him in the head, looking for Susp next. Smoke off to the right-hand side. Masuta gets overwhelmed at Electric. Bomb site has been gained. Bomb is on site as well, as Beamer's drops as a man advantage for 00Nation.
And Bird from Sky working in from Temple creates so much impact. Rowland knows roughly where he is.
Trying to hunt him down. Can't see anything through that smoke. We've got to wait for it to clear. Crept up closer. Sus gets Ryland. Crucial and Body. Now just Crucial all alone. Facing it against the firing squad. Can take one down. But exit the round in disarray. Pistol gain for 00Nation.
There's not really much to be too critical about when Susp gets 4 with a Glock, right? That entire round rests on some of those entries coming through from the young Swede, and he cracks open the bomb side. Bird from Sky is able to work mid with that Temple smoke, get in from behind. I catch Masuda, I think it was, or no, this is the kill actually onto Beamer, sorry. Susp, though, out there to jail, just hitting basically every jewel that comes his way.
That's exactly what 00Nation needed. Disappointing CT side. Got a couple of rounds to recover towards the tail end and carry momentum into the pistol. And now the conversion over ITB. Full stack in over on B itself. It's a case of whether 00Nation's default will discover this and whether they can adjust without losing too much.
I think the intriguing characteristic now is that even with what should be the eco or the anti-eco victory here for 00Nation, do they use these MAC-10s as a bonus with a tied-up scoreline? Are they a little bit fearful that if they lose that first round, are they giving too much to ITB? And this is all something that Bird from Sky is going to have to consider, that even upgrading the bonus weapons might be better just for the security of the scoreline.
Carries its own risk, though, because if ITB win that round, you've got a lot less money to rebuy back with. Might depend on how much cash bonus the MAC-10s get out of this context. You got Nico pressed up towards Beach. He's waiting for CT players to come back and try and go for a gamble play at the A site, which, if they were able to get out there, there's no one really on the site to defend it for the time being on the 00Nation side. But with the way that it's working up for them, with the way that they're pushing back towards B main, it seems that they won't go for any sort of a retake or defuse or attempt to throw themselves at the A bomb site. No exit attempts, no hunts from either side at this stage. So 00Nation going to get away with what seems to be a unicorn round.
And this is where, for Bird from Sky, he's going to have to try and muster up how to get as much out of JDC as possible. Again, 20 kills on map 1, 22 kills on map 2, and 23 kills, I should say, on map 3 versus Big. I mean, anytime you can have a player to put up that level of consistency against, well, now what has to be the best team in the comp, just with the idea of looking for Org already being eliminated, we know that he's got what it takes in other tournaments and in this event so far. He's had a quiet map 1. He's had a very quiet map number 2. Yes, it's tied up at 7 apiece, but they're going to rely on him and need him come these next following rifle rounds.
Bird from Sky sprayed down by Crucial to start off with this rifle. No return from 00Nation. No chance to at this juncture. It's peeks in from mid as well. Might see ITB looking out towards the water position. Body hunting for those individuals. Will now extend towards mid and try to set up a backstab. But which way do they go? Towards B site would yield nothing. Towards A would sandwich them into Masuta, who's solo holding the A bomb site here. Nico sees him, faces him, gets a bit of damage, but Masuta ends up with the kill.
And Masuta's just got to keep fighting. Just try and waste some time. Set up the CTs to come through. Pop flash around the corner. At least it does damage.
4 on 3 for ITB, still make it 2 as Rowland takes down Susp. Matt 10 would do well in terms of getting up to that AK if possible, and that's what Searson will do. Got to get that bomb down as well. Many responsibilities at this stage. Cash bonus would be all important. JDC's waiting for Rowland, but Searson extends too far, and JDC's got it all to do. Versus 3, he's got the second player, but not the third man. Body with the closer. And ITB defend the lead.
Well, I've got to give a lot of credit to Masuta in that round. Again, we saw the info plays. You could see Crucial getting aggressive. You could see Bemis getting aggressive. You know that ITB is setting up that backstab. Now, he comes out really wide. And again, he didn't have a molly. He didn't have a smoke. So he didn't have the util to slow that round down. A bit of a creative boost to boost over the top of that house smoke. But just that widened angle to get the first pick onto Nico, to then just keep fighting, to keep delaying for as long as possible, to set those players up that are coming in from A main. Allow that rotation in from camera and for Heaven. ITB winning the first gun rounds.
Mac 10 still in for the nation, but they've got those AK upgrades and everybody else. Bird from Sky. Trying to provide covering fire in the mid control. Of course, they took a lot of economical damage on ITB, the same to this swing round. But still find plenty for 00Nation. For ITB, though, they're the ones that are in control of the match as of right now. Looking to not concede that control. Looking to try and turn it into a good streak at the tail end and close this one out for a 2-0, like you've been saying, Blake. One man seen a crucial AK from Susp can get the pick.
Now that's an important find, and Body's probably going to be desperate to get this trade, but now he has to leave mid open, which means if there's an A crunch, Masuda's going to get swarmed.
Smoke over at Temple. Masuta again solo holding. Backup is on the way, however. Got Body inbound from Heaven. Spotted, engaging. M4 Masuta needs to stand and fight, but can only last for so long. And ITB are out of there. Best to hold on to their guns as the nation will equalize.
And that was a good effort there from Masuda, but you could feel how tough that round is. When he knows util's coming in from A main, so the idea that there's at least one coming A main, everybody else coming camera, what do you really do? You try and reposition to the best that you can. You try and take a fight out there towards default, but that lost casualty of Crucial, it hurts so much in the round, because even for Body, he's not on the camera side. He's on the Temple side. So once mid's exposed, there's not really much he can do other than try and rotate to Heaven.
We're all squared up, Dwag. ITB have no other choice in the matter. They might face on Rowland, though. Be careful of his position. Yeah, caught off over at water. Susp takes one more player with him, and that's actually an important one because the money is just not there for the CT forces. That third gun would have been, well, it would have been stellar for them.
It would have helped out for sure. It wouldn't have helped facilitate an all-out buy, but it would have helped Susp. That entry, another multi-frag from him. And maybe this is where we need to start looking at other guys on the team. I mean, Susp is definitely a rifler that I don't think we look at in star capabilities, but with the impact that he had on the pistol round with the 4K, with what we just saw in that last round, he might be the guy to actually pull this victory away.
Well, he's the top fragger right now. Leading the charge in for the T side over at main. Body's M4. First player to face gets the kill instead. JDC with a responsive and doubles up against Masuta. Also extended a player out towards the back of Heaven already from Bird from Sky, who snuck his way in, I believe, from Heaven and got through camera. So yeah, overwhelming against those pistol bases. The one rifle being dropped. ITB need to hold on to the AK and go to the next buy up where 00Nation will have a lead.
And this is where I think as well, Bird from Sky might try more solo attempts towards mid, and maybe more pack-heavy Counter-Strike towards mid. Because I think they've seen the last couple of rounds, there's either some gaps in the defense, or they can at least get a fairly easy pick. And that's something that Into the Breach have got to consider on how they can alter. Do they maybe need an AWP towards mid? Do they maybe only need one towards mid and play 3B and kind of make an info play main or electric and find map presence and picks elsewhere? And mid is definitely a successful part of the map for 00Nation.
Certainly is on the T side. It wasn't so much on CT. Using it to perfection right about now against ITB. Of course, it was just mostly pistols. Now the guns will return to see whether the Knights can find themselves in an even standing again, whether they can contest this match here on Anubis. There's an AWP in play for Searson, though. See where he positions himself as part of the T-Force, perhaps out towards the water angle, looking onto Electric. Is one man that might face him there, but they're not being too aggressive here on ITB stance.
Oh, bird from Sky, back and forth spam, goes the way of Body, so a good opening pick, but not a fall-off. Body not retreating.
Instead, the T's are going to attack from a different angle. Beam is forced into the hands of Searson. Great utility support there from JDC and his Molotov. Back to a 4-on-4. Rallen will not peek into him, just smoke off positions, just spotting Susp. They're not looking to go for the wide face. The blind spray is coming in again. Neither player gets off-tagged.
A double rotation from the mid individuals out here towards B. HG breaks into the smoke, doesn't spot anything out from main, so sees the lurk smoke, but doesn't catch much vision.
Body's trying to look for where JDC is. Rallen's being heard as well towards the backside. Susp has his eyes trained onto Body's position. I don't know if he caught information. Looking out for that smoke. Rallen watching out to the back. Body caught by Searson. His AWP can strike again. Man advantage for 00Nation. Rallen with one, only one. Nika with a return. And one more player back to plat. Dealt with by JDC. Masuta 1-on-3. There are several very low HP players here, so it wouldn't be all that unviable. But it's a case of what Nico can do. He might be the man that wins out that fight and therefore the round.
And Masuta is just being delayed by these smokes as well. Finally, a bit of clearance. And as soon as he clears out the left-hand side of the site, no one's peeking.
Searson is, though. Gets caught. One man down. Second player and third player unknown. He's checking out the full electric position.
Smoke now.
He's got to a kit and a smoke. You're right about that. On the bomb. Hearing footsteps. Engaging the AK. Nico trying to pull distraction. Masuta. Is he going to find the bomb? He can't get to it. He can't hold the defuse. And that one issue is going to cost them. 00Nation now up to 10 rounds on T side. And for ITB, they've scored 1 in the CT side.
Yeah, this has been a disastrous half for ITB,
even
right at the end, that rifle just tries to make it a little bit more expensive. I'm not sure if I like that decision there from ITB. And maybe thinking that he's being wrapped in from mid on the drop down is another circumstance to why maybe making the entrance, or the exit, I should say, onto the B site would be more safe. But you think about the importance of saving onto that last rifle, it just gets disallowed.
Tactical for ITB. Because you were convinced they were going to take a second and a 2-0 easy. But that has not ended up being the case. Perhaps those 5 rounds were enough. And if we have to be fair here, Dwayne, you criticized 00Nation for the rifle rounds in their first half, and that's valid in their own right. ITB have found a single one so far in this half.
Yeah, no, it's very true. And I think it's shown that on the site Xyz itself, they're not getting individual trades. Searson's creating some very good impact with that AWP. JDC in the last round had a very good couple of kills. And I think for ITB, they're just not quite holding their weight with the impact of rounds and impact number of frags like we've seen from them previously.
2 to the good on 00Nation. It should extend to a third in the lead. ITB don't have anything of much value really in this round. They've got the upgrade pistols around the M4, the hero rifle here for Bemis. Nico, look for those early pistol engagements. Sees one out towards the main entrance. Crucial could peek off Masuta's contact. Waiting for a perfect chance to strike. They actually do get that kill. Bird from Sky has got to find the trade, and that's what he'll do. The CTs might grab an extra rifle right here. The AWP struggling to deal with them. Crucial's going to get forced back at the most.
Crucial's at least drawing them in, and they don't know about this M4 towards the backside of default just yet. Crucial's got to be careful that he doesn't get spammed up through the A main smoke and just give away the man advantage.
I don't know if they got rid of that AK as well that was dropped in the smoke. You could see that Crucial was trying to get it with the suicide dive, essentially. Now it's just those pistols remaining in play for the CT forces. Back passive as well on the B site and here over at mid. Should see the walk-in, should see the plant down. It's dry face from JDC, who sees absolutely nobody.
They just walk in. Rowland could get a good timing onto him, though. See him out to the backside. Fires a little bit too early.
Plant secured. Molly's in on the T-side basis. Body backed up. Bird from Sky. Taking a bit of tag damage, but falling out of position, just waiting for some sort of wraparound. They're expecting a backstab from the CT forces, but they're all coming in the same two entries. Making some noise to reveal exactly what the game plan is, but the T's have the outside entries on lock. Got Molotov sent. Bird from Sky taking more damage. The AWP needs to hit a shot. Doesn't quite do so. JDC gets involved against Roland. Searson can double up. Bird from Sky will burn. No one's on the defuse. Oh, one nice exit onto Crucial. At least takes him out of the fold. I think that aim punch actually might get JDC to go up with a bomb blast. No. Just escapes it a little bit further out. ITB did as much as they could, but it was not enough to get their 9th 11 instead for 00Nation. And there will be a buy to return. This might be their last buy if they can't connect it, though.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing a double AWP sequence on the CT side here for ITB. Maybe have the first AWP to be an anchor on the bomb site directly and another one to float around, because they have been unsuccessful in this second half. And I think this is where Body, you would imagine, is going to have a lot of pressure against him to try and call ITB out of what is a very uncomfortable half.
Very passive stuff here from 00Nation. Of course, the Molotov from the CT side doesn't help things. Trying to prod into the mid control. You've got Body as the forward mid player, smoke in his hands, ready. Put that out and just suppress vision. Hoping that he could pop out and spot anybody past that corner wall, but nobody's there.
An opening pick for either squad could be so vital in a round like this, especially when it slows down and there's a lot of silence. No mid players for ITB. Instead, 3 on B and 2 on A, aggressively walking behind this smoke at main.
Not that prod. Masuta swings. Nico caught out in the open, not expecting that man at that moment. Advantage for ITB for now. Masuta's making a ton of noise, though. They could swing and actually take him back down here from the mid-control. He does get back to Electric, assuming there's going to be some sort of B play, and they're going to know that there is a heavy rotation. It will only be on Body to defend the A sites.
And this is a lot of information, and for Body, this is a chance to deny the bomb plant. An off-angle being held from A main. They only saw Masuta.
Hero-like plays from the man. Sus will just go for the safer plant. JDC will swing and lose his life. Bird from Sky engaging Roland elsewhere. Finds that trade, but he is such low HP here.
Oh, big kill there from Searson with the AWP. Coming back in for A main. He's going to have to fire again, but he gets caught with his knife out.
Yeah, Body with a 2K. Just to get a little bit more out of this. Bird from Sky and Susp have been tagged up. Susp going in against Crucial. The AWP drops and Body's the lone man left. Bird is low. Susp is low. 2 individual fights to be isolated and deals with that first individual. Now down to the defuse. He's tapped it. He's trying to force the cap to the peak. But Bird from Sky is smarter than that. Body, his bluff has been called. And he can no longer win this round. Bird might go up with the bomb itself, but it is map point for 00Nation.
My goodness. Surely Bird from Sky must be leading in this best of 3 for most clutches won. Think about the impact. I know obviously it was only 4 rounds out there on Mirage, but we saw 2 very big clutches from him. We've now seen a really important one to get it up to map point. The IGL of 00Nation getting another 1vX in the series.
All important. ITB go into their, I think their second tactical pause of this map up.
What a round from Susp too. Those couple of kills out towards camera were not easy.
ITB will be playing for overtime, 4 to get there, but they've only scored 1 in this CT half. They still have yet to follow up.
And the only round that they won was the bonus, which was the round where there were still a few Mac 10s out there for 00Nation.
AWP set in for Crucial and for Searson. ITB prodding against that T-side line. Searson will just continue walking up, tank a little bit of nade damage to that HE. Molly, of course, will ensure that they don't peek in from Hellbow. Susp, meanwhile, challenging the players. That nade lands to both of them. They get out of the way in time, though.
Searson with this AWP is waiting for a reposition. Even a jiggle to come down from Temple. Body out from camera has actually dropped the bomb there from Bird from Sky.
That's an all-important pick. To get the info, I think he's drawing attention back in towards the mid-face. Searson is watching for more. Molly out to camera will ensure that they do not continue the peak. Searson can focus on one position. and grab the bomb.
He wants to take it a little bit further back because he knows that if he falls, then that's another challenge where the bomb's going to get dropped. AWP this time around for Crucial and a walkout towards A.
So focused in mid. I think as they saw that bomb, Masuta could get caught off. Nico needs to win this fight, and he doesn't. ITB are holding on to a lifeline, it seems. Suspin a 1-on-5.
Even a bomb plant feels unrealistic. Now, the one thing that he can do is to try and make this round a little bit more expensive. Try and drop some CTs to make sure that mass AKs are not being picked up. Let's see how many they get in the end there. 2 for BMAS and for Rowland. Body and Masuta are a little bit too far away. Now, there was for a moment where BMAS picked up that second AWP off of Sirison, but they've opted against it.
No double ults for the CT side today. They have got is a survival round, one that keeps them in for this overtime return. 1 out of 4 required for the overtime return. 00Nation have money to spend, so they're going to spend it right here and now. They won't have enough for the next round unless they get the bomb plant. Mid walks in from Bird from Sky, again trying to challenge for some control. He's been a little bit hit and miss when it comes to holding the mid presence on both CT and T. Bit more consistent for T. Nobody else there, he can hold the door.
Now flash over, make it uncomfortable for Rowland coming out from the Temple side. All he does while he smoked is molly off camera. Stop that split in from A and that quick passiveness. Oh, Body though. Just falling on the extra piece of the utility, trying to work around camera.
Smoke also off to the Temple entrance. A counter smoke of the CT side. Doesn't extend all the way. Allows an angle of attack from Masuta. And that works better for the CT side. It looked like an angle for the AWP instead. But no. Casualty taken. Rowland peeking up. Susp is going to drop the bomb. Another all-important pick in the mid-control. They can't return fire. Nades chip away at the HP bars as Rowland is still fighting here. JDC in the open. Heard of the body block. Finally gets out of dodge.
Rowland's done so well there. And Masuta's had a lot of impact out from camera. And that previous round again, a multi-frag coming through for the M4. Masuta is farming.
JDC is going to fall to him the same. A triple for the Frenchman. Nico just caught so far out of position, trying to walk out of the site and get an angle of attack for JDC instead. It will be number 10 for ITB with no bomb plant bonus, so therefore no buy for 00Nation here. Nico, what's he going to try and do? Exit frags onto Bemis and Rowland might be the call here. No one's expecting there might be a camera peek. Bemis is watching for it. But time is out, and it's best to hold on to that gun rather than die after time. ITB will get to 10. 00Nation will have to play the 24th round from here.
And this is where we have to look at Masuta getting 3 kills on A, and then another 3 kills towards A and mid. Now, if I'm 00Nation with very few rounds left in the game, I'm probably calling a B exec or a B end. I feel like right now, with the level of impact that Masuta's finding in camera and on A, you want to avoid A and mid as much as you can. Maybe you can take it in the early round and you can pepper with util, but I think an end B has to be on the cards either in this round or the final round in round 24.
Second tactical taken by the Nation, and that might be what they're discussing. You are right. 2 rounds in a row, they've gone for the mid-A play, and both times they've ended in disaster. ATB must be feeling real good about this right now. Because they must know that that AK is the only thing left in play for Nico, and at $100 left in, the $2,400 that will go into his bank account in the next might again cause economical problems for the final buy of the half of regulation as well. He's going in for that first pick though, trying to find an aggressive fight. Made some noise, seen the nade, did not see Rowland, and he's domed in immediately.
It looked like Bird from Sky wanted to either get the cave smoke or the temple smoke down and just double flash into the bomb site, allow Nico to at least start with an opening man advantage. That has not happened.
Counter incendiary of the CT side cancels the execution. They just put the smokes out to the bomb site as well. 2 flashes to provide the entries. They're going to go in for it anyway. First one pops, Body gets completely unaffected. Mows through 3. And Bird from Sky is going to get off his life the same. 11 for ITB. Final investment, final round of regulation. 00Nation about to choke this.
I almost wonder, do they hit them with pace? I mean, something that we haven't really seen in a few rounds, or even the majority of this second half, is a pop. Is something really quick. A mid drop down, a canals work, a fast B. They know that Nico doesn't have the best of economy floats. They know that they can get the AWP out from Sirison, so Nico's going to be down to a Tech 9, and there's a Galil from Bird from Sky. Oh, double orbs in the last round?
Yeah.
This is something different.
One from Rallen, one from Crucial. Masuta's M4's taking point out here towards main. Got tagged by Nico, so not the best of starts for ITB.
I wonder if this is a good chance. I mean, the most important round of the game, and they're trying something different?
00Nation only have limited resources to play with. Still that Galil, still that Tech 9. The Tech's done well. Susp is AK in at Electric, trying to find an angle of attack towards the B site alongside Searson, but they are not biting. ITB's only point of aggression was that A main play. The player in mid has now even fallen back.
And I said it, end B, it's got to be. Anytime you got two players in towards Electric, it's going to be an MB.
Here they come. Bemis standing by, Suff's about to walk out. Bemis swings, gets his kill. Ready for the second man, sees where Nico is, trying to pre-fire it. Searson's caught one, Nico back with one. Rallen turns into a 3 versus 3. And adjusts to Nico to his left-hand side. About to push through that smoke, tap that bomb once. As Rallen tries to deny it, he'll tap it Eagle a couple of times. Masuta swing back from Temple. Bird gets caught for damage, but JDC bails him out. 2-on-2 retake.
AWP's holding the cross. Rallen's going to have to try and get aggressive.
Such low HP on Bird. Smoke back to his exit strategy. JDC holding out a main. Bird from Sky will just re-smoke it to get a little bit deeper. Lean in, tap the bomb on the defuse. They're going to hold it. They're going to hold it. Oh, no way, 00Nation! Third time in the last few days it's happened to them as ITB push to overtime.
That's so clever there from Rallen. Think about it from the POV of 00Nation. Bird has already made noise going towards Electric. He's been smoked off. They know that he's there, so they've got to imagine either it's a double Electric, which is a bit troll, or JDC's going to be outside of B, so he's going to be watching me. If he taps that bomb and I peek, I'm a goner. So I just have to hope that he's not sticking it. Very, very calm there for Rowland to do that. I mean, that's not an easy situation in a 2v2 to play for overtime to stick the defuse. But that is the absolute correct decision from Rowland.
Was praised as the most veteran element of this roster in its previous iterations. Perhaps you could debate that with a tier 1 experience, but his age has given him wisdom. And that wisdom paid off in dividends in that round. From a 12-8 match point, or map point for 00Nation, now into overtime. Where have I seen this before, Dweg?
Yeah, we've seen it a few times, haven't we? I think for the 00Nation side, it's very similar to that game against Sprout. You had opportunities, you had chances to close it down, and it just hasn't happened. ITB clawing it back. I mean, one thing to note is Rallen was using that double AWP in the last round, swapped out towards the AK, and that's when all the impact came.
Now he's back on the M4 because it's clear that he's got more impact, like he's just shown right there. Searson caught with his back turn. Nico's got no trades. Masuta could even swing on JDC, who's got his back turn towards main again. Could get caught. Oh, it's all falling apart so quickly.
I can't believe they've just done that. We have not seen an aggressive A in all of regulation, and come the first round of overtime, ITB do something different. ITB set themselves up for an aggressive maneuver, and surely once you've done it that first press, you can't expect any more. When it's the second one and they're falling back, you're expecting them to fall back with the 5v3. You're not expecting them to push again.
And yet they did. Bird from Sky trying to lead Susp, trying to guide him into the A bomb site, which for the most part is pretty opened up, at least in terms of initial defensive. It's backline held from Masuta. He does start swinging in towards Heaven to start look out towards that main entrance. Didn't catch the vision onto Bird from Sky, but now the footsteps are heard. The bomb plant can be secure. Masuta not ready for the flank. Bird from Sky only just capitalizes upon it. A smoke back at camera should be coming in, and so should the plant.
The Bird from Sky's been strong in these post plants previously. We've seen it before. And there's another smoke. So as soon as that starts to clear out towards camera, he could smoke again.
Rowland giving a boost up towards Bemis, who spots Susp above that smoke. Bird from Sky, last alive, got tagged up there. They know where he is, and he gets on the reload. Crucial knows that's his chance to strike. Smelling blood in the water and smelling a lead for ITB.
And if you're Bird from Sky, and I think even if you're the coach here of Pitta, I mean, you've just got to be starting to think, no, what's happening? We're up 12-8. We've got the opportunity of just closing one more round to send it to a third map, and we are struggling to close. A great start in overtime for ITB. The round streak of 5 in a row. You wonder, when is this streak going to end?
Is it going to end? Will ITB just run their way through and close this down in a 16-12 fashion? Possibility. 00Nation must feel the pressure that's being applied towards them. ITB going to slow it back down, and no need to go for the aggressive forces because they've got players that are ready for a main play over on A. One also out towards the B side that might receive some aggression from 2 CTs that are considering the press for information. It looks like one man is starting to move towards there, but they're not acting just yet.
Yeah, this is a bit wild to see Sirison with this elevated angle with the AWP. Normally see a rifle in this circumstance. JDC and Sirison have received pretty much no counter utility out here towards Electric. Now, Rowland's made an info play undetected. He might have just got seen on the death cam, actually.
Susp goes down anyway. Oh, Crucial's not done. Searson falls. And now JDC is left isolated and alone. 1 of 3 players against 5 CTs that have yet to be traded, and Crucial holds his nerve. JDC going to get incendiary out. I think that actually landed a bit too deep, so he's not going to get flushed out of that corner.
Yeah, you're right about that. That's info that he doesn't know that he's there. Double scope in. Actually allows the AK to win that entry. Now, Rowland doesn't have to peek and gets that incendiary down. That slows it in. That forces a rotation, but Nico's actually got another kill out there towards mid.
Bodies caught JDC in the meantime. They're not ready for Nico. They think it's going to be an A commit, or at least a second player does. The third man's still on site. Rowland caught by Bird from Sky. And now it's a 2v2. 00Nation have found a way back out of this. Body, is he aware of how close Nico is? He might have to adjust to the man. He's such low HP, but the headshot's gained by the AK. And now it's Bemis onto clutch.
This was a 5v3. Crucial got them 2 opening picks. I can't believe ITB are choking the round.
00Nation choked the half. Bemis still on for the clutch here. Nico up, seen, sprayed, adjustment right there. Bird from Sky. Brains v Brawn. Bemis on the site, has the kit, has no util. Is there a smoke drop somewhere? One player flash forwards. Bemis taps it. Forcing the fight, can't get the kill though. Now got to hold the full 5 seconds. Bird from Sky knows he might still win this. He's not going to swing for it. Oh, he gets there, and Bemis gets the connection, and he connects 14-2.
And that was against Bird from Sky as well. Someone that we've praised so much over the course of this series in the 1vx's. Oh, when you think about the first time he gets off of it, you think about the second time, you go, oh, that's a stick for sure. Bird from Sky, wide swings, and Bemis is ready. Oh, that round had it all. A great start from the AWPer, and then a great recovery from 00Nation. I mean, look at Nico on the off angle. There's, what, 12, 13 seconds on the clock? And he's trying to draw that rotation of body. You feel like it's done in that 2v1.
Beauty of a clutch again from Bemis, checking every single second. ITB's confidence is sure to run out at some point. It just did against Searson. Crucial finally put down that part of the opening frag. Searson, oh, the nade allows Body to peek in, grab that kill. Spray blinded onto Bird from Sky. He also gets tagged up heavy. 14 HP for the man. And in a matter of moments, the CT side turns it around.
That's a fantastic response in there at mid from Body. Susp does get that kill onto the B side of Rowland. Body trying to make that info play, trying to overextend. Nico's been seen and dropped by Bemis.
There's a Bird from Sky somewhere out there in mid. He finally catches him 2-on-2. The trades are back and forth. And they stand at evens on both sides. How does Body deal with this? Masuta knows he's going back to the back lines to try to defend the B site because JDC is up close and personal, pushed all the way into the back line. And Body, it's a case of grabbing the bomb carrier. He's been accounted for, though. Sus, oh, he's in the corner. Body doesn't know. The headshot lands it, and Masuta is so known to the T side. JDC heard the footsteps, so the bomb goes back to A.
Oh, Masuta needs to deal with JDC, but it's just going to be too late. This is so similar to the last round, in which BMAS was so far away from the bomb site in the 1v2.
Can the Frenchman deliver? He is the top fragger of the ITB side and of the server in general. You mentioned his impact during regulation. Now it's got to come out here for this overtime. Could be 3-0 for this first overtime. And that would set them up on map and match points.
He's got a smoke and he's got a couple of flashes. You expect him to smoke the bomb, maybe even try and tap it. Needs to deal with Susp first.
Making so much noise. That's information to call back towards JDC. Got utility at the ready. A flash sent. Turn away from. Smoke back on the bomb. JDC tagged so low. Susp unknown in the midst of that smoke. And on the diffuser nade. We'll blow it open. We'll give the info. And give the round to 00NATION.
Oh, well, that ends the streak. 6 rounds in a row from ITB. That was a valiant effort. 4 in a row to get it to overtime. 2 rounds to keep it on the trot. And one thing that we saw in regulation, even though it wasn't a huge difference, 7-5 scoreline. Think about this for a moment. The majority of rounds that were gained from the CT line were basically the pistol, maybe the bonus rounds, maybe the eco. If we're talking about rifle round impact, it has all been T-side. So surely this looks positive for ITB.
I have to concur. Because you are right. In regulation especially, T-side rifles were everything to ITB. It had us convinced that a 2-0 for them. For 00NATION, it was their way back in when ITB could only get 1 on CT half. The fact they have a CT lead now leans into their favor. They just have to find the same confidence they did that started off this map up. 14-13. 2 required for ITB. 3 required for 00NATION. Single AWP setup. Let's go.
00NATION have got to look at Sirison. He has been down at sort of 13, 14, 15 kills for a while. He has not found that level of impact like he did in regulation. Masuta, quick, out here towards A main, but it's not with the bomb and it's not with many teammates. He loses that first fight and the spacing is too wide for a trade.
Yeah, staggered from body. Going to try to continue anyway ahead of this smoke. The nade will try to pop it open. He's hoping for a player in the corner. That's not to be seen, though. That nade actually went a little bit too deep, so it didn't even open up the smoke. Another one comes in from the CT side as well, so the best body can do is hope and pray and try tap onto those common pre-fire positions. Get a boost up from Crucial now as they try and look over it. Is Bird from Sky going to be ready for this? So Searson ready for Rowland. Nico starts pushing. Is he aware? Ooh, he heard the footstep. Smoke will clear. Man's been seen and both players go.
This is just a perfect round. An absolute brilliant round here from 00NATION. It starts with an opening pick. It continues with the AWP. And then the press on the double swing out there towards A main is just completely unsuccessful. BMAS, nothing that he can do in a round like this. And you start thinking to yourself again about the beginning of that round, Jay. The spacing too wide between Masuta and Body. If it was slightly tighter, could that have been a 1-for-1? Could that have been a different round?
00NATION. Found one of their CT rounds. Nemus. Gonna try and make his way back into that B bomb site. Try to see if he can force out a fight or two. Maybe get a bomb plant. It wouldn't matter at this particular juncture. He's been spotted out by JDC, who just executes with the spray. We're even again. ITB haven't quite get to map point just yet. Could still be in this round. 00NATION have one of theirs on CT.
And this would be so painful for ITB if they're able to draw it all the way to overtime and yet they aren't able to come out successfully, that they end up going to that third map of Ancient. It feels like the fake comeback. It feels like that you've just been denied a very good opportunity of a 2-0. They have to keep themselves in the game. They have to strike here to try and even up from 14-14 to a lead of 15-14. Crucial wins out that opening fight towards mid.
Massive one at that. Posted up at the window, no further aggression from the CT side, but the T's are pressing one against Bird from Sky. Body will drop anyway. Bird continues the spray. He's a known entity and will go down to Crucial at last. Advantage held, but JDC responds. Rarlan swings ahead of that smoke and grabs Nico. Bemis finds Sus, and JDC is so known, so caught out, and so dead to rights, or is he? He finds Bemis, goes up to an AK, hunting for Rarlan around the corner. Oh, he's got him, and I think he knows where Masuta is as well. One-on-one. John De Castro. Is he going to pull this off? This would be massive for 00Nation. Masuta, oh, he spotted him, and he has the bomb.
He knows exactly where he is. Now, he could put a molly out towards A. He's probably expecting, if you've seen JDC go round the corner at mid, he's going to come A main. This is a lot of info for Masuta to work with.
JDC starts to get an inkling, and Masuta still thinks he's coming back in from mid. Smoke and Kit. Ninja perfectly set. Masuta's going to wait for it. JDC creeping with nothing. No info, no vision, no idea where Masuta's at. Now revealed his own position with a smoke up, hiding behind harder cover, swings for it, and Masuta wins the fight, denies the clutch, and brings home map point for ITB.
Well, fair play to Crucial. Think about the impact he gets in that round. Opening up, pick up against Sirison, gets out towards the doors and makes it 2. It looked as if ITB were going to close it a bit easier. A 3v1, the spams in from Rowland, in there from BMAS, and in the end, a slight unfortunate timing that Rowland looks back over to the doors, which when the swing comes in. But in the end, Masuta, so reliable. He's had so much impact on Anubis.
JDC is going to be kicking himself, especially if 00Nation drop out now. ITB, one more round to eliminate the nation and progress in the lower brackets. Positions held on the default. The bomb out towards mid. You got Rarlan trying to spray through on Bird from Sky, being slow and careful about it. And a Masuta draws out Nico in from main. The casualty is found.
Now, he may get the flash assist, but you think about working around that A main smoke. That is not an easy kill to win. And now they can think about brutalizing a rotation. Out from mid, it's passive. 3 on B with at least JDC coming back into Temple side. Could Masuta get another one here on A?
Could well do. Searson trying to get one back on B. Could lean in towards that water position, look down canals. If he extends into body, that could lead to another kill for the 00Nation side. Bird from Sky posted up over at main, meanwhile ready to receive the oncoming T-side force, but there's so many around that corner. Did he hear footsteps? Does you know about Masuta? He does now. Gets that frag in, all important to the 4 versus 4. The AK looking to act sus around the corner. Sees him, catches him, advantage nation.
Oh, they cancel. It looked like they were going to go into the double pump towards A, and now they want to try and hunt down Electric.
And Suspect done. He's almost lined up a 3. Bemis turns it back in 2-3. Op shot from Searson, locks in Crucial, and Bemis has no HP to go for this clutch. 15, it's a second overtime on Anubis.
Rookie mistakes right there for ITB. Miscommunication. You think about that whole circumstance. The man advantage was so good. Now, obviously, from our POV, we can only see that Bird from Sky is the only player on A. JDC is a bit of a rotator. Again, with the spacing, Masuta is so far forward in A main. Where's everyone else? Setting up Yuta. Why is Masuta out there alone?
Even Crucial's peak siphoned off by that incendiary. Bemis left with nothing that he could have done in those circumstances. It fell apart from the word go. And we continue to play on. The CT emphasis now seems to be the call for overtime. Majority of these rounds won on the CT side. And we reset and go again.
And when you start getting into double overtime, it's anyone's game. Like, it legitimately comes down to who's winning clutches, who's coming up with multi-frags. Everything is thrown out of the window at this point. Everyone's seen what's on offer in the defaults and the gimmick execs. Crucial, very aggressive with the NWP. We've seen this previously on the drop down.
Oh, denied by the incendiary. The CTs may have called it out and heard it coming. JDC took some damage, so he's standard evens on the HP markers. Nico wins the fight on Masuta, who swung back at water. Body, however, catches the tightest of angles against that man and brings it into an even standing again.
Yeah, see, that's surprising. Rather than just falling back and play the man advantage, they actually halt just to smoke off A main. And that allows a 4v4. Now, Bird from Sky's breaking the smoke and seeing nothing. BMAS outside B on an off angle. Does this drive them forward? He's heard at least one.
Rowland going to cover off the upper angle as Beamer swings on Searson. The AWP didn't even get a chance to fire. 2 left standing for the Nation. Bird from Sky known. Drops into Crucial. Body's going to trade it. And Susp so far caught out. ITB back in the lead.
Susp has had a really good map. But even this is a round where it feels like it's impossible. 1v3 with no util.
He'll try it anyway. Check positions. Rowland gets caught. Bemis quick response. ITB with 16.
A very good swing out there. And I think BMAS obviously comms. If I'm hearing JDC, there must be another. Why am I hearing a player getting aggressive? There has to be 2. There's no way he does that individually. So I think that's a very good information spot there with the footsteps to be able to recall that information over, and they kind of peek together. JDC comes up high, BMAS sweeps on the contact, and that's just an easy couple of picks outside B.
Not quite easy pickings, but pickings for ITB nonetheless. AWP ready. Oh, he doesn't see the AWPer of the CT side. Crucial shot. Overcooked. Searson can hold electric now.
And now they know where both of the AWPs are. Now they're not even re-smoking off towards electric. Body just jumping over and sees the reposition. Now again, there is an info play out to B main. This time around, Bemis is not here to see it.
From Sky. Catches Ryan at the end of the smoke. Nays back to him, tag him to 11 points of health, and Searson's caught Bemis out over at main. So again, response is so far away from the bomb site, all the way over towards B, so it might have to be a case that they go back in from the back lines, challenge the CTs further, particularly Searson back at Beach, who's got body, marked him, facing against Masuta, who's incendiary back. The B site is open, but it might have to come down to a clutch from Crucial.
Now, this is going to be very difficult for Masuta. The best that he can hope for is to drive that distraction, but because they haven't heard the bomb going down yet, they've got to think that it's a fake.
ADC is challenging Masuta, going to try to force himself out, doesn't adjust. All down to the AWP now. Plant will be secure, but Searson has crept his way up to the backline entries. Enter the smoke. Crucial spots him, gets a shot, a beautiful one. And check the backlines for even more. Known to the CT side, open for main, hearing those footsteps on the site itself. Doesn't know exactly where to look at here. Flashes, turned away from Molotovs, trying to keep him at bay. Still connects against us. 1v1 against JDC. Crucial by name, crucial by nature. That was a crucial 1v3.
Oh, lovely round. Lovely round there from Crucial. And you've got to look at that from Searson and say, why? Why is he walking that smoke? He's the only player on B. Stay alive. Play the 3v1. Play the crossfire. Come on! Rookie mistakes! Yes, you might have been able to win that round by yourself. Yes, you might have been able to catch off a good timing. But the only player on B lets that round slip.
Seems like this whole match might come down to mistakes. You said that the clutches may push it past the finish line for whoever takes them. In this case, it's ITB. 00NATION down by 2, desperate for 1 into the breach. 2 to the W, 1 more in this half.
JDC, if he peeks into electric, if he jiggles out, he'll probably get dropped by the AWPer.
JDC has 2 to face. Body going to lean in. Could be a lineup if they're not careful. Well, he's going to go ahead with the without the support of the AWP. The flashbang sends him in. Goes for the swing. Struggles to get the kill. AWP is still ready for more as they just counteracted with a smoke.
That's good info. They saw 2 out towards electric, so that's a lot that they can work with. No one is on mid right now. I mean, how wild is that for the 00NATION? This is such a heavy gamble with 4 on B.
Three players in electric and all. Body finally finds Sus for the AWP. No, he's going to swing in. He might get caught into the trap. JDC turns it into a 4-on-4, but Crucial's back in Masuta with a swing. Not quite ready for Bird from Sky, but Crucial, he's caught another double, another multi-frag. Bomb on site, getting planted. Nico and Searson have to make their way in.
Now, Sirisen's just trapped, has to waste so much time because of that resmoke, and another one goes down. Sirisen can at least try and attempt to pick outside of main.
Flash sent. Boost up, Bemis. Oh, did he see him? No, he catches Nico instead. And now it's all on the AWP to have his own beautiful moment, which Rowland will shut down at the first hurdle. 3 in a row for ITB. Map and match point again.
My goodness, what an overtime half this has been from Crucial. What an overtime as an overall marker this has been from Crucial. I think, again, Jay, he's one of those guys that always takes a lot of criticism, always takes a lot of flack. But when you see moments like that, when you see impact like that, you just have to be silent and give the respect.
These last 2 rounds especially. Beautiful sequences from Crucial. The 1v3, the 2K, and the electric control. Each site is his domain. Will that remain for the CT side, though? 3 match points to play with. 00Nation need to be flawless. And once again, it's on T side. But one mistake could cost them everything.
We always say the 3-0 is death, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because any opening man advantage, you get frazzled. You make a mistake. You think about the importance that it is your last chance. ITB should close.
Flash is sent to Searson. Man's been spotted by ITB. They have the information. They'll wear him down with the utility. The nades coming in against him. Incendiaries lands shallow. He's forced to use that smoke. Meanwhile, there's an electric wall from JDC that tries to play off that distraction. So much attention drawn towards main, but they smoke it off anyway. JDC ready for a nade, going to try to pop it open. Rowland has finally caught Susbird from Sky in with a responsive. JDC not pressing forward. Beam is forced to back away from that doorway. And the T's scatter for now.
This electric control is going to be pivotal. Look at the boost coming up over Temple. Crucial nearly finding that connection onto the bomb carrier. And yet again, no mid player. We saw it in the last round. We're seeing it again.
Body backed up. 50 seconds on the clock as Bird from Sky takes that bomb and rotates it with Searson. Back into mid. And what seems to be the A split. They've only got Masuta standing so heavy-handed on the B side, but finally Crucial's going to break away.
Body made an info play. Body got aggressive out towards B. Look at this rotation. They're going to stack up A now.
Chance available. Masuta, he's still got pressure. Body has caught JDC. Masuta dead to rights. Crucial picked up an AWP. Turns on to Searson, but can't quite get past that man. 2v2. Plant secured. ITB on for the retake.
And this is where we need one of those B-Master specials. We know that he could be so good in the late round. We haven't seen a massive amount of it. Could it be here in the 2v2? Sirison is posted at back plat and waiting for the heaven jiggle.
Impact fragger alongside top fragger of ITB. M4 and AUG. M4 swings, doesn't quite see Searson. He doesn't register. Beamer's down. Body knows he's got his opponent pinned. Trying to force him out with the fire of the bullets. He's got no utility. He's got no info on the second man. Footsteps heard. Searson just waiting for his chance to stall the time. ITB still can't go past the finish line.
Didn't come this round. Very good attempt there from 00Nation. And I actually feel for ITB because they made the right decision. Body gets a really good info play out towards B. They over-rotate. Now, one thing that you could have seen on the radar was Masuda was playing out to back plat, and he kept sort of jiggling on the other side to look camera and to look A main. And unfortunately, he just gets caught on the odd timing. As soon as they come into camera, he's holding A.
And 00Nation stay alive for now. 1 round. 3 required again to bring it back to evens against ITB, who just need 1 to shut this down. I don't know if they have any attack pauses left in them, because that might make a difference in terms of a mental reset and then just to go past that final hurdle. Into the breach. Must be digging deep at this stage to find any sort of way to break this susp. is almost broken of his own right. Tag to 18.
Yeah, Rallen made that aggressive play out to B main and got very close to the opening pick. BMAS just jiggling down, re-smoking off towards Electric. There's actually 2 players in mid. That's Body and Masuta that pressed quite aggressively but end up falling back.
Nico and JDC over at Canals, expecting there to be some A aggression. Really B aggression from Rallen, though. Susp. So wary of this. Searson's AWP would be in danger if this AK was to drop, and it should be pretty easy, but the HP being where it is. Rallen with that pick, opting not to go for any further aggression. Body's caught 2 in mid, and it seems like the end is nigh. The bomb's been dropped in CT control. 00Nation, dire straits.
Oh, this is never going to happen. Never going to happen. 30 seconds on the clock, and you'd at least need to deal with this first M4 of Rallen.
Time continues to tick. The man holds his corner. JDC looks away at the wrong moment, but Nico grabs it. Time's still of the essence. They've got to go for the kills here. The CTs are spread. Can they even get to the B bomb site in time? I don't know. Nico trying to flash his way in. There's no one to contest it directly. Body will come in, try catch the player in the back. I think they'll just sneak in the plant unless Nico goes down. JDC certainly is, and they're swarming him. They're going to find him, and they're going to find the matchup. The 2-0 from Into the Breach. 00Nation, 0-0 chances. They're out of the CCT Online Finals.
And Body top fragged on map 1 and on map 2 to get a 2-0 as an upset against 00Nation. If that is not an evidence of a case to sign him to the team and to be the new in-game leader for ITB, I don't know what else is. 8-12 down, 2 in overtime, 2 a win. What a back foot approach that was from ITB.
And what another choke that was from 00Nation. Again, the exact same thing happened when they played Anubis against Sprout. I think it was only a single overtime, which is the key difference, but 12-8 up, Sprout brought it back. Maybe there's a little bit more to investigate on this Anubis than what we initially thought, because we were saying this is their pick, this is their chance to shine and return to ITB's own opening advantage, but that didn't happen for 00Nation. It's back to the drawing board as they find themselves eliminated today.
And you have to think for 00Nation, it hurts that you're a map up against Big. There's not even your pick. You should be closing out on Nuke. It doesn't happen. You go to a third map decider and you're still taking double digits. I mean, taking double digits in MR12 against the best team in the comp, that has to be for something. And then you come into the series today, you don't show up on map number 1, map number 2, you had the opportunities, like you mentioned, 12-8. I'm sorry, but if you're not closing on 12-8, then you don't deserve to send it to a third map. You don't deserve to win this series, and I think it showed for ITB on the day performance, really helping out. This is 2 back-to-back best-of-3 series today that they've won without a map, and now makes it 3 best-of-3 series back-to-back with Body that they have won.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from ITB. I think you're right about showing the potential of what he can bring, both as a captain and as a general player involved in this server. You did mention there were other circumstances outside of that, obviously, for the in terms of the organization and the buyout potential from the Falcons. So whether or not he actually ends up completing it within this year, or whether or not there's some more circumstances you've got to consider, that's another question for another day. For now, though, I have to agree. If I'm part of the ITB side, I'm trying to figure out whatever I can do to sign him, because they are on a tear right now, and they've taken down the 00Nation, who are really starting to find their footing in this tournament as well.
Yeah, and again, back to the Body conversation, it's a no-brainer to the outside audience. He's one of the highest fragging in-game leaders we have in Tier 2. He's had experience at playing with a Tier 1 level with G2. We know what he's been able to do in the grinding mindset. Look at what he was able to do on LDLC and Double Pony moving into Heat. The guys that have to slog their way through from Tier 2 to get those opportunities in Tier 1. He's played at an international level with an international team, and he's played with Masuda before. I think it makes a lot of sense that we see Body in this team moving forward for ITB. For today, though, it's a win, and it's another chance to see more of these guys towards the tail end of the year, because, again, they weren't the favourites moving into this matchup, but they do come out with the victory.
And they'll be victorious into the next round to take on the winner of our last match of the day. You saw it a moment ago on the schedule, and it will be up in action after our extended break. The Guild Eagles looking disappointing yesterday. Can they take on alternate attacks and beat out another rising team? We'll find out when we return.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the User Giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stat partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
The champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to another episode of the CCT podcast.
We've got a ton to talk about, man. There's just so much action.
It feels like it's never ending.
Hey guys, we have another interview for you today. Very special guest, Speedy.
First, a funny thing, they also call me Grandpa in my team because I'm so old.
What are your general thoughts on what might come for the next couple of months of CS2?
And welcome back to the CCT Online Finals. We're getting into our last match of the day, our last match of the lower bracket for today. We're going to cut these teams down by one more squad as we look to alternate attacks versus the Guild Eagles. Once again, I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne for our final match of the day's proceedings. I guess you could say a couple of shockers, probably lesser so in terms of how that last matchup played out there. ITV continue to move on in the lower bracket, and they will take on the winner of this match the same here.
And it actually makes me almost question what my beliefs are going to be like in this series. Because you're absolutely right. This is two best-of-threes back-to-back with very surprising turn of events. Looking for Org being eliminated without even taking a map. ITB winning 2-0. Just some wild stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look, the looking for Org 1 is just a wild sort of situation to lose out to TSM. They're taking on Sinners at tomorrow's lower bracket games. And again, 00NATION, just when they started to get going in the online finals, cut short in terms of their tournament live. So, one more matchup of our four over today. Guild Eagles versus alternate attacks. And, I mean, look, I guess you could say that for Guild Eagles, it's a very similar situation to looking for Org in terms of their lower bracket position. Yesterday, in the upper bracket, they had an opportunity in what felt like a match that should have been theirs, and ultimately disappointed a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not so much a series that should have been theirs to win, but a series that should have at least been there to be competitive. I think that's definitely the bottom line that you can draw from that one. I mean, that was an abysmal performance. That was really poor from the Guild Eagles, and I'm sure that they would have been hungered and fueled from that best of three to say, our fans don't deserve that. Like, our fans don't even deserve a performance where we're not even competitive. We know what the heights of this team can do. We know what their strengths lie in, and unfortunately, we didn't see that in the upper bracket. This is now a chance to prove it in the lower.
Yeah, in my eyes, I look at the way that things have gone for the Guild Eagles in that upper bracket match against Preezy, and I look at that and I wonder if that's going to fuel them to try and run back forward of this, right? Because it wasn't the best of debuts. That was their first match under the new organisation, and it wasn't the kind of perspective that we wanted to see from them, especially given that Preezy is still within this sort of honeymoon testing period, potentially not quite at 100%. Very clearly looked at 100% during that matchup, of course, but for Guild Eagles, like again, they were the favourites in that game. Are they still the favourites against alternate attacks, though?
For me, they aren't. I mean, I look at the majority of those upper bracket quarterfinal games and say the Guild Eagles smash was basically the only one-sided game. The others at least had 3-map deciders. Obviously, you got Pain and Sinners in there as well, but that was at least a little bit more competitive. The thing is, with the Guild Eagles today, I still feel like I haven't seen enough from them in CS2. 4 wins out of 9 best-of-3s up against an alternate attack side, where at least we've seen a little bit more from them. Now, again, the wins aren't as great, but they have played 14 best-of-3s. I think that they've had isolated very good wins and also some quite poor losses. But I think in terms of consistency and just the eye test alone, I feel like they've offered more than what the Guild Eagles have.
I mean, yeah, certainly the pool of results, it seems to be greater from the attack side, and that is encouraging in terms of playing time itself. There are other factors to consider in this context, though. And listen, we have to give credence towards attacks when you consider that we did this against Preezy earlier on during the tournament as well, because they themselves have also been in with a roster change coming into today, right? Yep. Panic's in for Slack. Slack's going to the MAE organization, and now Panic's will be back in for his 3rd stint as part of the alternate attacks team.
Well, the one thing that's already at least a stepping stone is that he played with Azuk, Freeze, and Perks in his previous time. Now, you did mention he's been here a few times. This is his 3rd stint. The last time he was there, he was a part of the core of the team. So even though it's been some time, he's still familiar with the understanding, with the style, with how his teammates play. Obviously, the new one's obviously going to be playing with Spiddy, but even the coach was still there when he was there. So I think for Panics, for a 1-for-1, it feels like this is the best fit while losing Slacks.
I mean, yes, certainly could make that particular assessment, right? And so far in terms of the 10 maps that he's played with alternate attacks in CS2, it definitely feels like he's had some respectable impact. But you are also losing a player like Slacks. And so in terms of the player going out, how much of that is a loss for alternate attacks?
Oh, it's a lot. I think Slacks has been in really good form this year, especially since the player break. He's been their best player. Like, there's no denying that. And I think with the recent form dipping off and the opportunity to go overseas, I can understand why Slacks has jumped ship. I mean, you can just feel as if there's maybe more opportunities. I mean, for an M80 team, it's more likely they get to go to international Tier 1 lands, maybe even qualified to the major through the RMR circuit, than it is being here in the slow grind in Tier 2. But at the same time, for alternate attacks, you mentioned we've only seen a few maps that Panics has been here. We've seen 4 best-of-3s. They've won 2 of them, and one of them was the one against Aurora, which, I tell you what, was a pretty good result. Again, Aurora, one of those teams where they can be inconsistent, but they are a def team. They are a team that can go deep and win events, and they were eliminated in last place by the alternate attack side.
Yeah, I do think we consider that one a bit of an upset there for the alternate attacks camp. If they can connect it together, then maybe we start looking at them as the favourites in some of these series. Again, Guild favourites by default. They are the higher ranked team of the 2. They are the team that we've seen at the most experienced positions. But you have to take a look at that online form. The way we mentioned it during yesterday's upper bracket games is that Guild Eagles, or Bad News Eagles, in the previous iteration of the team, they have had constant struggles when it comes to these online competitions. And, well, I mean, look, if it's only going to be the major, I guess fair enough if you can do that. But in terms of the rest of the scene, if you're going to go silent, then how much value is there in this squad?
Well, I think it shows with that game against Preezy. I mean, look at the T side of Vertigo, 0-10 down. They were 6-3 up on the T side of Ancient and then lost 10 rounds in a row. How is a lineup with Juan Flatru, with Rigon, with Synopsy and GXX, the hard-hitting individuals, able to lose 10 rounds in a row on map 1 and 10 rounds in a row on map 2 in MR12? I think it shows there has been some concerning elements with this team. And it's a team that, again, can be quite threatening. We haven't seen the best of form from them since the player break. It's been addressed in public contexts. It's been addressed that they have fallen off, and it's their chance to return to the former glory. We know that they are a team that should be hanging in and around the top end of Tier 2, but they're not there right now.
Yeah, I am hopeful that the new organization is going to give them some backing and opportunities, right? Because if you want to talk about turning around results, you have opportunities and things that you wouldn't have access to before as an August team, right? You have the potential of having like a sports psychologist, for instance. There's extra backroom staff, so it's not just Banks and Devilwalk, for example. There's more elements that Guild could potentially provide. Of course, that's all long-term things that you could see in the future. For here and now, you have to take a look at those recent results and consider that there's a serious chance that alternate attacks could eliminate Guild Eagles today.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I would counter that point by saying there at least has been enough background staff recently in the server. You've got 5 players that haven't made roster changes for a very long time. Devilwart, the coach, has been a part of this team for pretty much this entire year. You've also got 2 assistant coaches, and one of which actually used to play for alternate attacks of Crystal. So that might be a little bit of a fun affair. He might be quite familiar with what to expect. And coming from the German scene himself, I'm sure that this is a very important game for him to make sure that Guild Eagles are not eliminated by the opposition.
Well, more in the server comparisons. Rigon and Panic's your players to highlight, Dweg. Talk me through it.
Well, the first one, Rigon posted 31 kills on Mirage and 33 kills on Overpass versus Legacy. I want to see that form from Rigon. I want to see that kind of performance because we definitely didn't see it in the Prezi series. Now, for Panics, I think he's a guy that we're comfortable with in the Tier 2 environment. We saw him on Big Academy. We've seen him on alternate attacks before. We saw him play with Adam and some of the Brits of Dobbo on Into the Bin, and then Sangul most recently. He's got experience. He's a strong AWPer. He knows the system that he's entering, and this is a great chance for him in very few officials that we've seen to keep that form up, to keep showing that he has what it takes. I mean, take that last best of 3 as a prime example that they played in the event against Aurora. On map number 2, he dropped 18 kills. On map number 3, he dropped 18 kills. Those were the 2 maps that they won in the series. That consistent form and that consistent impact from an AWPer, I think is going to be key in a series like this today.
Just had a look at my notes as well, Dwayne, and I was taking a look at some of the history of Panics in terms of his first stint on alternate attacks. That was a roster where he played with Crystal as well. So there's a little bit of a more internal rivalries in terms of the server backroom staff and the players that will be playing today. So definitely a moment of pride if the team can take over control here for the alternate attacks. Now, map vetoes in this one, Dwayne. We have got a head-to-head between these 2 teams in the prior few months. Of course, that was Global Offensive, so might not be 1-to-1. Inferno and Overpass were played out in that best of 3, though. Is that going to repeat today?
Well, both teams insta-ban nuke, so I'm actually going to be very keen. Does it get floated right to the end? Because they don't like it. They're not going to want to play it. Now, in terms of picks, I think the Anubis and the Inferno has been very rock solid for the Germans recently. I think it's 2 maps that they can always lean to. And the Ancient and the Mirage has been quite solid for the Guild Eagles. I've got a little bit more faith in their Ancient than their Mirage recently, though.
Oh, Inferno will get banned out first and foremost for the Eagles. Very clearly, he's a little bit sore from that previous map-up loss against them. Ancient picked in by them, and the pick of the alternate attack side will indeed be Anubis.
Yeah, and again, we have not seen a nuke ban, so we will see a nuke ban, you'd hope, at the end here.
Yes, indeed. It will be Overpass as our final map in the best of 3. Looking at the field overall, how do we feel?
Well, for alternate attacks, we did see them pick quite a bit of Overpass in CS2, and they've been very unsuccessful with it. Now, I will give them some credit. They've been playing some tough opposition, and it at least shows that they're trying to invent it into the map pool. They just haven't quite been able to work it out. I've always felt like Overpass has been a weakened map for the Guild Eagles, even back towards CSGO. So towards the back end of the veto, in the very recent history, I think it favors Guild Eagles quite a bit, but I think as an overall position, I actually think that it does favor the alternate attack side.
The question is, does the series favour them overall here, Dwayne? You're talking about a little bit about the form of both of these teams coming into this, right? And alternate attacks, whilst they have had some good competition against some relatively respectable squads, they've also had some losses that I wouldn't hope that wouldn't encourage me all that much. PG, Turo, for example, they took a 0-2 towards them. Ent Academy, that was also a 0-2 at the same time. We've got teams like Nine Pandas take them out pretty effectively. Alliance defeated them pretty nicely. Wu-Tang got a victory over this alternate attack side. So there have been some pretty low lows for the alternate attacks camp.
There has, but there's also been some really good positives. Remember, we've only seen Panics play the last 4 best of 3s, and look at the performance that they put up today. They took Ikla on this afternoon, absolutely battered them. 13-4 on map number 1, which was Ancient, and 13-4, which was map number 2 of Anubis. Doesn't that look familiar? One thing as well is they took on Aurora, and they beat them. They went to Inferno as a last map decider, and it wasn't even competitive. It was actually really clean. So you are right, there has been some low lows. They've been losing to teams that they shouldn't be losing to, but in the games that I've seen from Panics across the last week, they've actually looked very positive.
But does the whole thing revolve around Panics having a good game? Because if the player, if it's down to one individual, right, then things might fall apart if he's not playing to his prime positions today.
I don't believe it's all on Panics, but I still want to think that he's going to have a fairly decent game. And for me, I think alternate attacks have just shown a little more. I think they've got a little bit more depth. They know that they can go deep. Like, they've at least been in grand finals in the last 3 months. Yeah, okay, it was the back end of CSGO. Where has Guild been in that's been deep? Nowhere near to be seen. It's been months, literally 6 months since we've seen them go deep. And I think for alternate attacks, with a 4th place they had in the last CCT online finals, I feel as if, even though there's not a massive amount to differentiate the two, it's enough for me to back alternate attacks in this series.
Okay, I don't know where I want to go on this one, because there's a part of me that thinks it's so wrong to put them as the team as the favourite over the Guild Eagles, but equally we have seen Guild Eagles hit some extremely low lows over the last week or so. So I'm not sure where to go personally. I want to back Guild. I want to give at least the credit of a 3-map affair, but I have to concur with the sense that this is a very winnable match for the ultimate attack side, right? If Guild can't get onto form, if they can't lock onto their prime positions and their prime gameplay, then this is where I think it could be exploited, and it would be what on paper seems like it should be an unlikely loss, but a loss that seems like it is very possible right now for the Germans.
I actually want to give the benefit of the doubt for alternate attacks to close in 2. That's how convinced I am in this sort of best of 3 series. I look at their most recent Ancient performance that we saw against ICLA. I look at the way they performed against Forza when it was Forza's map pick, and also with the way that they really tested the likes of Aurora on Ancient. And I think back to that Ancient second half against Preezy for Guild, like, again, losing 10 rounds in a row. It shouldn't be happening. So for me, even though I do think it's going to a 3rd map, I think the opportunity of a 2-0 is more likely than what people might expect.
Yeah, again, I have to agree on all these points. I just have something in me saying that I feel like Guild Eagles should be the ones of favourites. Of course, you saw the 1xBet odds as well on the bottom of your screens as well. They have Guild Eagles as the favourite team overall, so it's all about a case of whether they can capitalise upon this and try to show that a Preezy result was just a one-off. We're about to get into map 1 of our final best of 3 of the day. It is Guild Eagles map pick to start things off. This Ancient now has to go a big time. They lost it against Preezy in that 13-6 fashion. Space beat them as well a little bit earlier on today on it. Let's make sure that alternate attacks will not be the team that will follow it up and make it a 3-0 loss streak. Pistol round, CT side for Germans.
And that's something we didn't even talk about in the pre-show, a loss in the round of 16, being invited up against Space, a team outside of the top 50. That's not good enough for Guild Eagles, and we've said it time and time again, Jay. Invited into deep stages of tournaments and out early. Now they have to try and turn things around. Panics getting caught aggressive with the shadow advantage out towards ramp.
Another shot from Rig on a draw first blood. Synopsy there with a follow suit as well on towards Spiddy. A 5-on-3 has been gained by the Guild Eagles. Azek can take back Flatro. Advantage remains still for the Eagles' side. Perks looking for another trade back. He snuck his way into the back lines. He might catch so much more than just Synopsy. Oh, he's turned at the perfect timing. You don't get much better than that.
Oh, I do feel for Perks. He's actually done everything right in that round, and that kill could have actually won the round. Jeez. it just shows you, sometimes it's not your day. Perks, I feel for you, buddy.
Yeah, I feel for Perks. Poor guy.
I want to know what even made Flatru turn. I mean, he's literally holding shelf.
Well, I did notice that there were players rotating back in from spawns. Maybe he was looking to regroup with them and just turn and just saw his player and just caught him.
Just crazy timing.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it was in my eyes. I don't think a footstep was made.
No, definitely not.
So pistols will remain for alternate attacks. The Eagles soaring high for the opening round. Now stacking, gamble up from the CT side. Should see them attempt at a rifle or two. Hopefully the MP5 and MAC-10 will not be able to get too much cash out of this. They're both grouping up here towards Cheetah. Flatro, spotting them with the utility in hand. We'll put the nades up, and the MAC-10 will try to spray back some damage. Kill found on Azek to start. MP5 continuing to take fights, and they will be able to get some money together.
Flatcher wants to try and get as much out of this MP5 as possible. Senna with a MAC-10 looking down towards a ramp control, and Flatcher actually makes it a couple. And one of the casters that was on a little bit earlier on today, Retro, has convinced me about the MP5. He quite likes using it. And do you know what? We don't see it much in pro play, but in CS2, maybe try and have a little bit of a go at it, because it's actually a pretty good SMG.
I can't find specific examples, but I don't remember everyone raving, or several individuals raving about the MP5 during the beta period. of a limited test period, if you want to be super specific. So I guess maybe it could be a viable weapon now. Fletcher is going to keep it. And the Eagles up to 2 now. Guns, of course, returning in from alternate attack. Still rocking the 2 for Masters for Freeze and Spitty.
Senna trying to evade the majority of that chip damage with the anti-rush nades. M4 out here towards Chittum loses the fight up against the MP5. And with damage going down towards Spitty, Fletcher's going to run it in all the way. Panics is trapped now.
Spitty dead to right. Orp needs to focus fire on the close quarters combat. Actually, the man turns away from him. Meanwhile, Perks striking back in mid, trying to regain control of the round. With that casualty, Panics believes that it might end up being an A commit. He started to rotate back. The smokes come in towards the B doors, though. He has to second-guess himself, figure out where he wants to go. Does start the rotation back into the CT spawn. He's got to catch Rigon, got to look the right way at the right time. He just caught completely out in the open. 3-0 start for the Eagles.
I just want to say that's when the Eagles are normally at their best, is when you see rounds like that, where Flattrue is running cave, there's 2 running mid, and they've got A. Like, what is happening? Why is there so much space being taken all at once? But it shows the comfortability of trying to force some of those over rotations. Flattrue trying to force as much of that movement over towards B as possible to help out Synopsy, to help out Senna. Rigon to be able to get deep in towards CT. A 3-0 beginning, a decent start.
Alternate attack still looking for their start. Only pistols in play for this CT side. Guild. Latro. Pressed behind the smoke. Azek holding his nerve. Spitty. Way back over at long for some sort of contact. It's the best thing they can really do here.
A good walk up here from Flattrue because GXX has already got that first pick and they haven't even seen the rifle on the bomb site. 5-7 for a moment could have got one. Freeze with the dig out towards short. Can't find anything at all. Even the rotation from Perk should get cut off. And the last player of Panics has just got a USP.
Now he's got no life. 4-0 start. Good stuff. Eagles continuing to keep confidence and maintain a solid position on this T-side line. It's a case of whether they maintain it now going into the next rifle round here. Orp set for Panics. M4 should across to everybody else on the CT board here. And they got beaten by pace there towards the B bomb site, so let's see whether or not they will be able to lock out a much more solid defensive.
And again, we saw a pretty good T-side start against Preezy. They were up 6-3, they were dictating a lot of pace, and then it got quiet really quickly, Jay. So even though this is a good start, I am still keeping faith here for alternate attacks that it will start getting competitive soon.
Spray through from Synopsy, catches Freeze. Starts off the man with aggression in towards the mid, control denied on the CT part. Azek also sprayed through by one of the AKs back there at the lane control. Azek continues pressing, hoping to catch some more elbow presence, but there's just nothing there for them. The real walkout from Rigon. Coming in with the utility, the nades down as standard. Spitty ready for flat throw. Sees his head and takes it off.
That's a very good returning pick. Now, Rigon's been able to walk out A, but he has made a little bit of noise in the process, trying to draw some of that attention over from Perks. Azek with the info play has to be careful about pressing all the way down from mid, because he is alone, and if there is a straight-up duel between Shelf or from Elbow, he could just get caught in the open.
Spitty starting to press that ramp position. What will he see? Will he catch Synopsy? He won't even extend that far. Faced with the flashes. Senna continues walking. Orpa panics. 35 seconds to the clock. Senna about to swing. Shoulder bait. Shot connects. GXX finds the return.
There's still a pretty good read here for alternate attacks. They've got another couple of players on B to defend out from long.
Swing forward, kill with the second player's not quite there, no trades. Azek does find Synopsy though, trying to escape out towards long. The bomb plant can be secured, oh the flash, keeping Rigon blinded. He still gets Azek and burns a little bit further out of the bomb site. That sprays through from Perks, catching GXX through that smoke in the end. And now looking for the last man here, trying to get involved on this retake. Highlight member of the CT forces, got the kit on him, just doesn't know where Rigon is. Hold the defuse all the way. No swing from Rigon. No HP to try and take that challenge. So it's the first round and the first rifle for alternate attacks.
And I think with the way that the rounds have been played out so far, you can definitely feel as if alternate attacks tactically are going to be stronger. With the way that they position against one another, the way that they're setting up util for one another, that's where they're going to have their advantage. The disadvantage is going to be the sharpness, and it's going to be into the jewels and some of these creations. You can feel for GXX, I mean, the trading game out towards Cave was so on point. Rigon, I mean, I'm very surprised he even wins that fight out there from Pillar. He is completely blinded on the edge of Pillar, and yet still wins the jewel.
Despite alternate attacks having their start in the CT side, it is still definitively to the favor of the Eagles. Tacticals taken, AWP cannot be bought by them. Have to take the FAMASas and the SMGs to try and sustain the automatics across the entire board. Guild, of course, no such worries for their own right. Got AK, still got a rich individual of Rigon. Flatro also pretty decent of his own money line. Playing in towards the lane control once again. The utility just sponged upon by Synopsy. Only 81 points of HP still on him, so not a lot of damage being done by the early HEs. Swing forward of GXX's position doesn't quite catch off a kill against the man. Azek that's goosed down instead, the 1 point of health.
Oh, that HE, though, does a lot of damage. Senna down to 33, Synopsy on 76, Flatru down to almost half. And back and forth spam, a little bit of a work from Rigon out there towards Elbow, but across the board, it feels like they've pretty much taken lane and just froze up for the moment.
Further nades positioned by the T's as well. Trying to force freeze out of angle, and he will try and consider the back, at least backing off from window. Still has his eye set over at Elbow. Azek, the most perfect duel. Wants to hold his nerve smoke down. He does find Synopsy, so that's actually very good considering.
Yeah, when you think he's on low HP, you're almost expecting him to tuck all the way and kind of hope that distraction can get bulled there from Panics. But low HP to get a 1-for-1 is really good. And there is just no map control anywhere gained. So it just has to be a big Zach.
Shots on from Panics. AWP catches Flatro off. Pretty much fully blind. GXX moves in with his own orb to try return fire, but he's lost all his teammates as Panics connects a double. GXX blind firing, pre-firing, trying to bait in that AWP to make a mistake. He does miss another shot on the bomb site itself. 13 seconds. He's going back towards long to try to clear out the back lanes, but known towards the CT forces. They'll adjust. Oh, Perk still falls for it. Panics just barely evades the ire of the T-side player, and at this point, he's got nothing left in the round. Hold his angle to try to protect his weapon because he's going to go down after time. If not, freeze. Oh, just defended. That AWP stays in.
And I think, again, I've got to give a lot of praise to alternate attacks for util usage in that round. Think about that from the Guild Eagles. You've got the AWP posted out there towards ramp. Eventually, it's the ramp commit because of the XE, and there's just so many counter flashes. Panics is having a field day because everyone is just so blind.
Respectable effort from GXX to make it expensive against alternate attacks at the tail end of that round. So once again, the buyback is going to look very rough for the CT forces. AWP, only thing to stay in, 1 M4 reinvested, still those 2 SMGs and that for Mars and Azek, revealing where that M4 is. Out at window, spraying through towards Elbow. Mid control is here for the Eagles.
Yeah, so is lane for the CT side though. Alternate attacks have all of lane presence right now and actually have a very passive red setup for both Freeze and Perks to rotate over.
All ready to Panics. Oh, Senna pops his head off his shoulders with a peek in. And now Perks with his SMG can only do so much with it. Same thing for Freeze, dealt with by Rigon. Wow, that was a stellar shot and a stellar entry into the A site. That seals the round.
Bloody hell, that was an entry. And again, I still have fond memories of watching what was Blink at the time. The first time I got to see these guys, and just the raw sharpness individually. It shows up in rounds, and I think that one right there from Senna, I mean, that even looked like it was a jiggle pre-fire. That didn't even look like that was an actual duel. And that's any time that you're playing a side like B&E, like Guild Eagles, you have to be aware that you have to bring your A game sharpness-wise. Like, you can't let yourself lack of losing duels, because otherwise you're just going to get rolled over. Really good picks towards the A site there.
Jeez, that's ridiculous. Barely even a proper peek. Wasn't Blink like back in like 2021 or so?
It would have been around there. I mean, we saw like the core at least be on Team Unique before Blink, which was about 2020. But I want to say Blink was roughly around 2021.
These 5 players were together back then. Stuck with it ever since into mass amounts of success. Now hoping to try and turn in a map over alternate attack to progress upon this lower bracket. Showing signs of what they originally got themselves known for in that last round to get involved in that rifle basis. Perks' 5-7 has caught Rig on though. Still available for alternate attacks so they can follow it up. But Synopsy is on the bomb site itself.
Yeah, I don't like this. A rifler alone on a bomb site?
No.
Yeah, what's happening there? I really did not like that lurk from the get-go.
Orp is posted in red, hoping for someone to cross back. I think Freeze is aware of it. Azek certainly posted for the man. And Perks is going to stick around from main. The bomb can enter through Donut. Finally, GXX has caught one of those individuals off, but now all 4 players have rifles on the alternate attack side. The plant should be secured. The retake is what's key concern, though.
They know that Perks is somewhere around A main, and Panics might actually try and deny this bomb by popping through the smoke.
Lets it go. Just going to wait inside of that corner. Flatro. Tension turned, pulling back away towards Donut. Bomb is planted for Donut. Reflash forward, swing in from Azek. Gets taken back by Flatro, but takes center as the opening kill of that particular exchange. Speedy going to follow it up to a man advantage. GXX's AWP drawn to the left. Diffuse coming into the right. Got to get the right man as there's so many on the bomb. He finds the wrong individual. Panics down. Perks trades. And Speedy gets the Diffuse to bring in third for attacks.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what happened there for Guild Eagles. Like, they know they're up against a rubbish buy. They know that they're up against limitations of an eco, and yet there's just individual lurks. I feel like the pack-heavy Counter-Strike has been so successful for them early on at a 5-2 scoreline that having an A lurk and a Donut lurk into A, it doesn't feel like that's the Guild Eagles that I know. Throwing away a round and an excellent return. That round we actually might look back on, Jay, and say that was a huge one to win for the Germans.
Especially if they take Ancient. Mount up this CT force into springboard back to return, especially considering that the money is pretty well broken here for the T side. Hero AK is all they can justify. Freed with his M4 posted in the mid position. You've got Azek putting smokes down at elbows. Synopsy knows that he's there. M4 swing finally sees him. One man ahead of the rest of the pack. Can Freeze and Azek can combine for 2 kills before one of those M4s drop. Can Synopsy deal with the next man?
Now, Perks is really deep out here towards CT. Now, the smoked off means that Synopsy actually can tiptoe his way into B. Now, he won't, obviously, because they're coming into Donut, but it's an option.
Bomb plant. Denied. Panics land him. Gets back into Temple, knowing he doesn't have to stick around there. Synopsy will get back towards that bomb. Try plant it again. Panics will be watched, I believe, from the Donut entrance. GXX will not see a secondary face. Panics is pretty deep in the bomb site and does give up his life. So man advantage shrinks. Going any further back against Azek's angle, he's known towards mid.
And this is where Speedy and Perks need to get that kill out from CT, and they do. GXX out from Donut. Look at the patience here from Azek, waiting for the fight to come, drawing GXX further away.
Another open plan, but both players are spread out from each other. Perks as the Diffuse kit tapping it once. They're both going to go in against the man. Just going to draw him out. Oh, Speedy caught it in the middle of the air. And the Diffuse indeed will come through for alternate attacks.
Yeah, nicely done. I think it just shows right there. They buddy up. They know 2v1 up against him. I mean, Spiddy's the bait. That's why he's jumped there. He's the bait. He's not even meant to get that kill. That's meant to set up Perks. A very good defensive there from Panics. Holds his line, and I tell you what, both of the AWPers have been delivering with quite a bit of impact. I think GXX has got quite a good opener, or had quite a good few openers. He's had some decent trades. You can say the exact same thing for Panics on the City side.
Especially when they were leaning into that B bomb side, the number of multi-frags he was getting. Forcing them to reconsider their ideas of going towards that lane default. The nades continue up against Flatro. is the only man, the lurker, in that position. Bomb could also commit through the B doors as they gain the mid control. Synopsy go ahead and join the cheater campaign. There's aggression in from A main over from Perks as part of things. Azek and Spiddy are the B-side defenders.
And how quickly alternate attacks are coming closer to tying up the scoreline when this was 4-0. Azek jiggling down from Cave. Now, Perks probably won't extend the marker until a kill gets gained, until there's a bit more information towards mid or B.
Ooh, Freeze had utility in hand, but Rigon couldn't punish the kill. Molotovs and Incendiaries go back and forth, so both players are forced to back away. That AWP is repositioned as well towards Donut, trying to see if he can catch an angle against these players. Meanwhile, the cheater lurk push comes in from the T-side players. Walk up, Azek hears them. He'd be the main port of call for the defensive. And I hold a bit of an angle on a corner. Flatcho gets caught with utility in hand. Synopsy, threaded back by Spiddy. 2 for 1. It could make it 3. Rigon makes it 2 for 2. Freeze on site. Flanked out now by the ramp individuals. GX exit LBP missed shot. Freeze could get a double. That's exactly what he does. Once again, chaos caused by alternate attacks. And Panics and Co can come out on top and equalize the board.
And an aspect of gameplay that I see quite frequently from alternate attacks is they're never stationary on a bomb site. Now, right there, we saw Perks made the info play. Rigon took the contact out towards red. Perks comes A. They know it's B. They are adamant that it's a B hit. Now, notice the way they're not just holding short. They're not just holding pillar. They're not holding out towards long. They're moving around. They're being proactive. As it gets a little bit of an off angle, and as soon as they start getting the vibe of the feeling out towards Cave, that's when they can keep trading off of one another.
Flash is sent, fast plays up at the T-side pistols, but Perks pounds them down. Does get pounded in by Senna. Freeze also frozen out of the donut position. Spiddy, Azek, 2 players now part of the crossfire. Rigon's going to reveal himself to it as he fades through the smoke. And Synopsy, 1 versus 3 without even bomb control.
Now that Tech-9 getting nothing at all. Alternate attacks taking the lead, and now you start thinking to yourself, could they realistically go 7-5 up at the turn? This has been a very good performance here from alternate attacks on the City side, when you consider that they were 0-4 down when they lost Pistol, Anti-Eco, and the opening gun round.
I mean, it's very realistic for them to go up 7-5. Extremely well to return to the advantage that the Guild Eagles had gained.
And just remember, 5v2, they lost that anti-eco. Look at what that's hurt from that point onwards.
Well, you did say that'll be a moment we could look back on. Alternate attacks are going to springboard even further aggression. Look at this from Azek and Freeze. Spiddy even gets involved in the mix. The lane control has been wiped off the face of the earth. Even Rigon traded back towards mid. Synopsy will not last long through that smoke. That round was over in an instant. And it's a 7-5 half for alternate attacks.
And while the sample size still might be quite small in CS2, for whatever reason, Guild Eagles have got a much better T side on Ancient than CT side. It's one of the only maps in the pool where it feels like the difference is that high. Round win percentage on T side is 54. On CT side, it's 40. That's a huge drop off.
On the second half, the 1xBet odds start favouring alternate attacks here. T-side now up to task for them. That's always the concern when you see teams playing out Ancient. However, they've got a decent T-side record. See whether it can turn enough of these rounds. Let's see whether the CT half is enough. Freeze finding the first onto Flatro. GXX and Panics go back and forth as they burst into the B-bomb site. Freeze is there to try cut rotations. He's unsuccessful. 3-on-3 retake.
Yeah, they've still got Spiddy in an aggressive angle to kind of hold down towards CT and to try and trap center off with that kit. If that kit goes down in an awkward position, the rest of the players at ramp actually might not be able to get to it.
An extension from Spiddy that might find Senna out here to the back lanes. Yes, indeed. Headshot found. Rigon could be faced. Synopsy's now known. Panics turning away for flashbang's sake. He's expecting a headshot. No, Synopsy's walked right past him. Panics taps him in the side of the head. And Rigon now gives it chase. Unsilenced USP. Wraps that corner. Faces the back corridors. But there's no need to Panics. Alternate attacks have 8.
And then now, Jay, you're starting to worry about why I said there was a 2-0 potential.
Yes.
8-5 up. Winning Pistol. What we saw from Guild Eagles against Preezy, again, map 1, they lost 10 rounds in a row from 0-10 down. Map 2, they lost 10 rounds in a row from 6-3 up. Does that just not strike resemblance? 5-2 was the scoreline, and now it's 5-8, and what you have to imagine is going to be 5-9. And if they force buy, which they don't, so no, I won't even say it any further. 5-9 is where it should be.
Only one Deagle for Synopsy. Playing out to Donut, hoping that there's a mid phase. It's a gamble stack from the other USP players. And nades on Flatro. He's a dead man walking. Could breathe on him and you go down. GXX finds one pick on Panics at least. Looking for a whole lot more, but it's not going to happen. SMGs for the cleanup, looking just to get all the main money in. Indeed. It's 3 kills across those Mac 10s. The AK should stay in for Azek. Spiddy will close it down. And now the rifle round for Guild.
And I'm begging for attack right here for Guild Eagles. If they lose this next rifle round, they're just done. And not just for this map, this series. Their Anubis track record has been very little seen in CS2. In CSGO, it wasn't a strong map for them. You don't want to go map 2 or map down. They have to survive. They have to win out this rifle round. And at least they've got GXX on the AWP. He's been putting up impact.
Rigon backed up. M4 holding. Azek going to join his teammates into the mid campaign. The M4 looking for the swing, the spray through on Spiddy is forced to get out of dodge. 41 HP for the man. Azek trying to give chase, trying to take him down. Molotov sent my force out the peak to the other side. He burns, uses a smoke. Now Synopsy is in for extra support. Spiddy flicks back. Azek trades back on his demise. Both Synopsy and Rigon casualties of the A defense.
Oh, B pick could come through. Flatru out on B. That's done. I think round's over. This is an open B bomb site.
Well, Freeze has only got a Mac 10 to try support it, and his teammates are slow to rotate, but he's going to close the gap, and they just utilize the Mac 10 spray against Senna. Oh, my word. Not even utility support from GXX. He had nothing on his pouch, and the end result is that he's got to save from here. He might not even be allowed to.
Like, what is that? Just that entire round. Obviously, great punishment. Like, Rigon tries to get the flash assist out there towards mid. He tries to fall back in. He's already been peppered with the spray. So, alternate attacks know, right, let's charge down Rigon, and they're probably going to bring the A player to help him out. So we're going to expect 2 donut. We get some really good trades. Freeze even gets the pick. GXX is going to fall here. There's no way he holds on to that AWP. And then even in the 2v3, when the round just feels done, when you have to try and save, not even working together in that 2v3. Freeze has taken B. He's re-smoked off CT, and Senna's just walking through the smoke.
The thing, it felt like this map started like 2 minutes ago, and alternate attacks maybe on the precipice of the end. Like, this is how fast-paced this game has been, and the Eagles may have started solid. They have been struggling to keep up with the pace of this T side, especially alternate attacks.
Right.
Up against pistols now.
Yeah, and just to even take a moment for the time, because the rounds, especially with B&E on that T side, you are right, they weren't running down the clock. So it has felt like it's been a speed run. It feels like these rounds are just getting out of control. This has been 8 rounds in a row from alternate attacks.
Can the Eagles break it? Will it go to 9 or possibly 10, 11? Possibilities are endless right now for the attacks camp. Flatro's caught Azek. Synopsys 5-7 can also strike, but those trades are available, and Freeze just barely gets Flatro. Rigon goes down. GXX looking for exits, but they cannot get the 3 casualties. Good effort from the upgrade pistols not to be in the round itself. Alternate attacks now lead by 6 as Guild get the buyback. This will be their final rifle round of the game, though, unless they can win it.
And it just shows you, even though in CS2, alternate attacks have only won 5 out of 14 best of 3s, look at the last few games that they've played. Look at the best of 3s in which Panics has been involved in. Beating Ikla so comfortably this morning. Having that series against Aurora. And they might not be the most consistent team, but even with Panics in the roster, they can fight.
Quick into the AWP, GXX catching perks. Rigon goes down. He's being surrounded by the T side, trying to isolate a backline individual. The 3rd player's not going falling. Spiddy credited with the headshot. 2 for 2 trades. We stand at evens.
Now, Freeze has walked out mid. Now, he heard Flatru come down towards Shelf, so he can get in behind Red or Donut right now.
Oh, Freeze, here's the footsteps of one rotator. That's massive information. He's going to backstab against him.
Surely this is over. Like, he can go A or B here. Probably A because of the bomb's position.
No, continues on to the back lanes. The casualty on Synopsy would give easy access to the bomb. The only player that could deny its rotation is Flatro in over at Donut. Azek is watching with the orb just to cut rotations. Synopsy, he doesn't know the danger he's in.
This is such a sick mid-round from Freeze. Oh, this is a freebie. This is such an easy kill. He's thinking if they doubled up, though. This is maybe why he's got a little bit of trigger discipline. You know what? He wants the bomb to get closer as well.
Very nicely done. Had time to play with, allowed that rotation to continue. They'll just charge up towards that ramp position, get the bomb plant in. Recognizing the setup that the Guild Eagles are playing with. And now they have to set up for the retake. They have no choice in the matter. They have to win this round, and they're not getting close to it. Spiddy! A quadra for him wants a speedy end to this map up. And at 12-5, that's what he might get.
I don't know what to say. I can't believe 3 maps in a row in the CCT Online Finals from a top 40 team in the world of Guild Eagles have lost 10 rounds in a row, 3 times in a row. What is that about?
We addressed the serious concerns in this roster in terms of their online form. I'm laughing as a trauma laugh because truly, like, there is no reason why this tack is in so late. We've talked so much about the online form of these guys. We've talked so much about the intricacies of their matches in CCT, and it just continues to get worse and worse. Alternate attacks. Dealing with everything being thrown at them. The Eagles. The broken bye for round 18. I think this one is over.
Alternate attacks have actually DC'd Spiddy, so we probably will get a stop call here.
Okay.
I think the bottom line right here, Jay, is that this is not good enough from the Guild Eagles. I honestly, and this is me really searching my brain, cannot reflect on the last time I've seen a team 3 maps in a row in one event lose 10 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Like that in MR12 as well. And there is no excuse to take your first tactical at 5-12 down after you've lost 10 rounds in a row. There just is no excuse. There is nothing that I can come up with that can excuse that.
I'm trying to find something to say to try and make it better or try and counter or find something to at least give a silver lining to it. But the truth of the matter is that there really isn't. Like, I can't even add anything to your point, right? Like, it isn't good enough for the Guild Eagles side. Like,
the only thing that you maybe spin it in is just look at the way that alternate attacks have played. And I said it very early on in the game. Tactically, they're going to be better. And I think with the way they've made info plays, with the trading, and even individually, like I think individually everyone's held their weight. We've seen Freeze have some really good mid-round lurks. We've seen Speedy get some very good entries. We've seen Panics be incredibly impactful on that AWP. Azek's consistently been peppering at the lane control on the CT side and on the T side. And I think for alternate attacks, they're just getting in the flow of comfortable rounds and you working the rotations and you're just outclassing your opposition. It's as simple as that.
and again, Guild Eagles hit the highest of highs, but not on this day, not in this week, and not for the last 3 or 4 months or so.
Yeah, since the player break, which was, what, nearly 5 months ago?
Broken by still in. Nade set, Senna, Agona. Adjustment from Azek's perfect on Flatro. Had the 4-man stack, now they've only got 2 left. Only 1 trade of the CT side. They're going to continue pressing on this B play. Could see a counter play as Azek will go down. Perks has got the bomb in risk. AK versus AK. Synopsy trades up to it off that MP9 and does drop the bomb at last. Something going right for the Eagles.
A bit of a hero play moment there for Synopsy. The spam even getting quite close to the AWPer. Now, Speedy and Panics can slow this down. They have a lot of time to work with.
Burst and spray. Spiddy held back at window. Got nades up as Rigon is engaged upon. Spiddy trying to get back control of this bomb. Sees two more individuals. We'll call that information out to Panics, but the AWP at close quarters. Is he going to hold his nerve? He sees the bomb. Rigon around that corner. Shot to connect. One-on-one. GXX, last man standing. Panics has grabbed it. Back is turned towards the CT. Where does he go with this? Trying to hunt for information, go for the rotate back in. He might get caught off in mid with the footsteps being heard here. GXX with a swing. He's going to miss his marker. Panics will get to the A site.
They still might be able to deny the bomb for going down. That flash, it tells him he's out towards Donuts.
Or past it. Oh, he's landed it. He punished that to perfection. GXX gave him the info, and that's what he played with. 13-5. Good night, the Guild Eagles. It's some bad news for you on Ancients.
There's something seriously wrong. Like, there's no denying that whatsoever. Again, 5v2 on an anti-eco. It was a sloppy round as it comes. Now, again, I don't want to touch on that round massively. I want to touch on what happened after that. That round streak. 11 rounds in a row being won from alternate attacks. A team that is 5-14 in best of threes in CS2. It's not good enough.
When they started so solid as well on the Eagles side, right? Like, it looked so proficient in the early rounds, and obviously you have to factor in the ecos as well, so that takes away from it a little bit. But at a 5-2, you look at that and you consider that being a possibility of that, like, being a workable half, right? You get a couple more rounds, you've won the T side. At that point, Ancient becomes very, very doable, and that just didn't end up happening. We didn't see the 7 rounds, we just saw the 5, and yeah, I'm exhausted in terms of talking about it. I've got nothing new to add at this stage. It's just the same thing that we were mentioning against Preezy yesterday, repeating here against alternate attacks, and that's the guild pick gone.
Yeah, it very much is. And again, to lose 31 rounds in a row, right, across 3 maps, and the loss against Space this afternoon, it just feels like things are getting really tough. And I really don't think there's much hope going into Anubis. This was the map that had to be taken. This was the map that had to be competitive. And they lost out on both of those facets.
2 maps on record on Anubis as we head towards that after our break. It's going to have to be a 3rd one of absolute glory for the Bad News Eagles, or the Guild Eagles at this particular point. It's bad news for them at this moment. So stick with us after the break.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
This seems like the insurmountable task for the Guild Eagles, now up against Alternate Attacks on Alternate Attacks' map pick of Anubis. Ancient fell by the wayside, and it just felt so unbelievably good for the Germans. 11 rounds in a row, as we were saying before the break, Dweg. I don't see it getting much better from here.
No, and even just looking at that little preview, right, of CCT, seeing the success that we know can be there, the success that we have seen previously in CCT events, online, when you get performances like that, it makes you forget very quickly. And I think right here for Alternate Attacks, this is prime opportunity to come in here to Anubis. They've shown us 2 back-to-back very good results. Panics seems like he's a good fit in the early day, so get it here. Get that 2-0, get that clean victory, and look to establish the lower bracket run like they did last online finals.
Yeah, look, I think that's the reason why we're getting so frustrated as well with seeing the Guild Eagles like this, because we know that they can do great things. Everyone knows what the Guild Eagles have done in the past. We know what Bad News Eagles have achieved in the last 2 or 3 majors, right? We've seen what these guys are capable of, and it's just a case of capitalizing on it and translating it over to the online environment, because it seems like offline is where they succeed the most. And as I've said before, and I'll say it again as well, if you can't get through these events, you're not going to make it to LAN. The winners of the top two of this CCT Online Finals will go to the Global Finals in May next year. That is a 500k LAN event. That's where you want to be if you're Bad News Eagles. And right now, with the way that they're playing, they're not going to make it, not in this one and not in the final one in number 5.
No, it doesn't. I'm in full agreement with you right here. And I think for Alternate Attacks, I mean, they've shaped themselves up for what has been a wild series. Again, their opening series against Sinners, their second series against Aurora, it was testing. It was 3 maps. I reckon they close in 2 here today.
Alternate Attacks have already tested the Bad News Eagles, and we'll look to test them one more time. Anubis, their pick, ready to go live. If there's any hope for the Guild Eagles, it'll have to come out here and now. Dweg, what do you believe their key piece of hope would be in a map like this?
I think out on Anubis, obviously getting off to a good start is going to be important, but just being consistent, I think making sure that they're not losing anti-eco rounds is going to be pivotal, and keeping a strong mental, which I don't think was drawn and was shown out on map number 1, because otherwise you would have had a tactical timeout earlier. Again, 5-2 and then 5-12 was the first tactical timeout. I think using pauses in key opportunities and key moments is something they have to use and use to their benefit here in map number 2.
Well, alternate attacks get the T side start of things, so they will get into this one with an opportunity to absolutely dominate in the opening proceedings. The Guild Eagles would love a CT pistol, would love another 5-2 start. A case of following through with that is another thing entirely. And well, they might not even get that fast marker. Panics and Perks, 2 kills for no trades.
A beat fake, Rigon out here towards camera, can at least put a hurdle on, but the Julies of Azek says no. Senna already being pre-fired out here towards Temple, and GXX is the last one left in a 1v5. This round was over in less than 30 seconds. Real nice baiting of rotations there from alternate attacks. The entry in from mid, the entry out towards B, and then just the suffocation of the 5v3 advantage.
A nice start for the alternate attack side. Starting kills again. I'm surprised that Azek didn't get punished for the jump face here. At least that much to go the way of the Eagles, but all 5 alive, and they just storm that mid control with particular prejudice and rather ease of their efforts. Forced by back in for the second round.
Now this is where alternate attacks are bringing a fair amount of pace for Azek to get outside of A. Spiddy has already got that first kill. That was Rigon, I think, trying to be attempted flashed in towards B main. It didn't seem like Spiddy was blind there at all, so an opening pick gets gains.
Flash in for Azek. Swing on Senna, unable to get the kill. Synopsy nails him out with an SMG frag, so it's a 4-on-4. Panics. Molotov ahead of Flatro's position. You've got Spiddy and Freeze also trying to find their angles as appropriate. Spiddy particularly out towards main. Freeze is snuck all the way into the back. You might catch Synopsy indeed down at CT spawn. And the CT's on the B site are sandwiched. Flatro is dead. And GXX has only got a Deagle left in play. Senna has grabbed that AK. But I think now about to become the last man left for the CT side, it's best to save it.
Yeah, that even just felt like a wild duel that Flattery was trying to win, right? By jumping over main and getting out there towards jail. I think something that alternate attacks showed very good signs at on the limited T-side rounds that we saw was their ability to work mid-rounds and create space. I mean, look at that Mach 10 from Freeze. The fact that he's able to walk mid, get into Temple, and get out to CT before taking a contact really opens up the horizon to the gap and opportunities that these guys can find on T's side. And there was a little bit of an awkward exchange out there towards A main, but as soon as Freeze is able to take that space, you just know that that round is over.
That force buy, of course, was going to allow a third to go the way of alternate attacks. The same. Especially if Senna gets hunted by Spiddy out here. Does get caught with a spray down. The T's are going to mobilize and try to see if they can hunt him here. I don't know if they're going to form up and wait for each other. They've only got so much time to go for this. They will form up. They will go in towards main. Senna's going to start peeking towards that position as well. Best to fall back. Best to hide behind the wall. And that's exactly what he'll do. So 2-0. Guns cannot return from the Eagles. Again, they force bought. Best they can do is upgrade pistols around the AK.
And something I want to ask you, Jay, actually, is if you think... Oh, jeez, that was a really good shot, actually, to the aggressive Rigon. If we think that alternate attacks can comfortably close this in 2, do they start becoming a little bit of a dark horse in the lower bracket as a team that could potentially make the final? Just in the idea of the way that they beat Aurora in the upset in the last round, and then obviously comfortably beating the Guild Eagles today.
See, I would say that if Guild Eagles weren't comfortably beaten by Preezy yesterday,
yeah,
I'd give it one more match. I think if they go to the next round and if they beat ITB, then yes, okay, because they also looked impressive against 00NATION, who posted
you just
up
want a little bit more, yeah.
Yeah, just that little bit more. So that I'll give it to them if they go through the next match. But here and now, Guild Eagles are just doing whatever they can do to get any damage on the board. Mach 10 in for Rigon, maybe a little bit of money fun for the extra $600 bonus, and Panics has walked right past him, so there you go. Bugs is also low HP, 1v3 perhaps. He's got the third kill in this round. Quadra held, sprays awkward, Spiddy's burning. Oh, there you go. finally, a little bit of brilliance from the Eagles.
And there we go. Those are the kind of sequences that we should be seeing more frequently and a little bit more of a commonality. I think right there for alternate attacks, you're getting a little bit of an unfortunate timing in a 3v1 in which Rigon's kind of tucked himself and he hasn't been cleared out all the way. So it just brings a lot of recovery into the round itself. I think everything was a positive note getting into the bomb site. Jeez, that's a 4v1.
Well then. Is that the glimmer of hope that the Eagles need? It's very, very early doors, so it's going to have to be a glimmer that shines bright for a fair while. But they have got the rifle advantage over alternate attacks, who are buying back into this round. The AK's on to 2 individuals, a third player with a rifle, Galil. Tech9 Freeze playing in towards the mid control. Azek closing out the gaps over to the canals angle. Incendiary is in the way of their common positions as the T's are forced to regroup down there.
Now Flattery is spamming out towards Electric. An opening man advantage could be very pivotal in a round like this. Synopsy's HE placement actually does quite a bit of chip damage there to Azek. Now Senna is very defensive towards A, and this is a good decision. Again, you're not up against the best of buys, so don't allow yourself to make too many info plays and be on the front foot. Play deep in the bomb sites and allow that crossfire against the A exec to be presented between him and Synopsy.
Senna seeing with utility in hand. Perk's going to try hunt him down. He still managed to get Panics in the back. Out over at Canberra against the follow-up. 5 on 3. Make it 2 as Senna sends that bomb flying. And now looks to hunt down the last 2 pistol players in very different positions. Spiddy caught off towards main. Freeze does get challenged out towards mid. Get one more pick out of the round for the T-side line. I think Rigon's also seen him. Yeah, finds that frag through the spray. And there you go. 2 apiece. The Eagles have equalized.
And I think something that old attacks have to realize, and I'm sure they have, like, you've got a lineup that's been together for over a year as a core, and you've got Speedy on the team. They're never going to underestimate Guild Eagles. Even after that first map performance and what was a whitewash, what was 11 rounds in a row, they still know that if you give them a little bit of room, if you start making some mistakes and maybe giving away a few too many errors, you will be punished. And I think alternate attacks will definitely realize that that is a potential here on Anubis.
3 AKs to play with here for the Eagles. AWP also in for GXX, looking to mow down through these pistol players. Caught a collapse tag onto Perks, but Azek the casualty to fall. Now the AKs mow through them and Synopsy. And even though they're anti-eco frags, this must be a good feeling for the Eagles when they struggled so much in that last map up to, and yes, of course, in the pistol win conversion in this one, to find the steal, to get back in with 3 in a row, to establish a CT basis. Mentality might be everything to them here.
I saw on Twitter actually only today that it feels like, at least what the general consensus is especially in the tier 2 and tier 1 atmosphere, a lot more teams picking into CT side of Anubis rather than the T side, which we obviously saw for a very long time in Go. And that's what Guild Eagles have done in this time around. Not their map pick, choice aside, got into the City side.
Park swing in, seeing Senna swinging alongside Panics to try catch that individual off. The Incendiaries be right there to block. Freeze tanks an 8 to the face. Swung to see one player back out towards the mid-control. Synopsy disappearing back through Cam, and that information will get caught. Just tag damage being done to attacks here.
Yeah, they got very close to that opening opportunity of Senna. Azek could get flashed in here, out towards Electric. Resmoke goes down, straight up Jewel. No flash, actually. Flattery to win it out.
Latro caught with a spray back on Panics, though. Makes his way through the smoke right into that corner where that AK was waiting. The Molotov of Rigon burning quite heavily there. Back out towards the main entrance. A counter smoke of Spiddy will be in position to try block it off. That nade, however, returns damage. Continues the CT hold back. Rigon might be exposed to Panics and Perks, who could also get caught up by Synopsy. And alongside Rigon support, Spiddy back in with a double-up trade. 2 versus 2, swapping to the AK. The AWP known back to that corner. GXX still looking for a headshot. Spiddy going to catch him off for the triple. Senna traded back by Freeze, who keeps it held together for alternate attacks.
I tell you, Spiddy had a sick game out there on map number 1. And again, I think he's one of those individuals, right, where because he is just such a veteran in the tier 2 scene, I don't think he kind of gets looked at as a star player or an individual that can put up mass numbers, but he really is. And I think he's brought a lot of that experience from the tier 1 level. Again, he played on Mouse a few times, played on Penta, played on Sprout for what was almost 5 years. And it was him and Slacks that were the two signings into Alternate Attacks that really kicked this year into action to make it a successful team. I think Alternate Attacks were mid, they were average in 2022, and you could just feel throughout this year, obviously Slacks has now gone over to America, but there's been portions throughout the year where they've been in top 30, they've been able to win events, they've been into grand finals. That round right there, a great punishment from Spiddy. Just so much impact on the site.
A couple of Galils out to play with for the T side here on the Alternate Attacks count. Despite the round success, the money is still a concern. AWP on Panics, though, trying to boost up above that smoke. I don't know if it got hurt by Synopsy. Either way, they will fall back and concede the mid control.
Now, Alternate Attacks, very good at dictating pace. Slowing this round down to a T. Now, last round, we saw Flatru get that kill out to Electric and then got punished for walking on the other side. You wonder what the next few punishments are going to be in obviously this and the next rifle round for Alternate Attacks.
Minute on the clock. Spiddy continuing to try prod against the Alternate Attack, or the Alternate Attacks offensive. Synopsy snuck his way back into Canals, being watched here by Azek, and Azek loses his life to the M4.
Unfortunate that it's not an AK to get that one tap straight away. Had the position read. Freeze, though. I mean, for a moment, mid is very open, so a split A could actually just be a fake. I mean, the bomb is still tailing towards B right now.
With Perks going down, that might negate that option. However, the CTs are still being rotated. Freeze drawing attention. The other two T-side players have got to hit, and Rigon has got to be a key target. If he goes down, that's the way into the bomb site, and they have no idea there's a backstab being set up by Freeze. He can cut, rotates. He's hearing footsteps. Senna is a goner, and now the two players next. Flatro's in trouble. Synopsy's got a strike. He loses his teammate to a 2-on-2. 14 seconds. The bomb's got to go down, and Panics has caught the last site defender. GXX now needs to clutch it. A 3K in this round. If he gets the 1 versus 2, the first man's fallen. He's burnt at 27, and Panics doesn't need the HP advantage. Zorb locks him out.
Well, you asked me, Jay, what are some of the winning conditions? After seeing a round like that, I think absolutely nothing. I mean, that is such an early advantage for Guild Eagles. 5v3, and the slimmer of a fake towards camera. There's just such a heavy over-rotation, such a heavy reposition back over. And for Freeze, you just feel like that is the ultimate round for him right there.
Yeah, definitely. He played them for fools. He heard all the info. As soon as the kill came in, instant response from the Eagles, like, right, nothing's in mid. Oh, there was something in mid. It was your impending doom. Azek. Now with a Mac-10, this time out of almost Troy. I mean, I guess it's still damaged up kind of economy state for the Alternate Attacks count. They just lost the AWP. Breeze can take it back. It might get recovered later on in the round. Perks' Galil can also strike. Nades onto the two players out here will open up the electric entrance. Flatro peeks in as he gets the kill anyway. And it seems like Guild should fall apart here.
Breezy. You wonder, are they looking at this kind of game? I mean, I actually want to ask about Preezy, Jay, now that, you know, this round doesn't really have that much impact to it. Actually, maybe it does. 5-7 for GXX. Got a mid player right now being held from Freeze. Yeah, I want to ask about them, because I feel like coming into this event, right, they weren't looked at as one of the favorite teams, and they've impressed quite a lot, which kind of reminds me of Alternate Attacks right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think this is entirely down to Guild Eagles not being all that great. Like, yeah, there is a part of it that certainly is true, but you've got to remember, Preezy got those one-sided maps against Endpoint in the first round. Alternate Attacks beat out Aurora, who, yes, Aurora, it didn't look all that good in that particular matchup. That's still an Aurora victory, an upset over that particular side.
Yeah.
So they've got their own markers, and I feel like that it wouldn't be quite as easy to beat the Eagles if you weren't a proficient team. And I think Alternate Attacks and Preezy are proving themselves as proficient teams here. Guess that the run has gone a little bit better for the Danes. Absolutely stretch a little bit further here if they can go against that big side again. That's in tomorrow's proceedings. Here to close out today, Alternate Attacks are schooling on the Eagles once again. Latro Part of the rifle investment of the Eagles camp, trying to involve himself in an opening pick. Azek's going to get caught by Rigon, blind through that smoke.
Just a straight spam, and it's a great advantage to be able to win out the opening duel. Something that hasn't happened that frequently. Freeze. He's been so rock solid out here towards mid, but this time around, he could just get picked off by the AWP. No! What? Oh my goodness, I can't believe he's won that fight.
How the hell does that shot not kill? 4 on 3, at least the trade is there in mid. Guild. We've got Rigon around the corner here. Speedy better check for it. He doesn't look all the way. M4 maintains and extends the advantage. Flatcher about to peek into the AWP, but Rigon now has all the cards in his hands. Triple to his name as he finds Perks. Flatcher there with the closer. And Guild can find 4.
Well, that's a very good round from Rigon. I think it obviously starts off with that spam kill out towards Electric, and then what he's able to do for the post round. The Guild Eagles. It'll be good to at least get themselves to a 4th and maybe try and feel as if they're close to causing that reset, but they obviously need to try and pull it through because I think this first half is going to be really pivotal for them to try and take a lead if they can at all.
Tech 9 on Perk, still weak in the economy. State of alternate attacks has been very dicey over the course of this map. But there's 3 players total out here towards the B site defense. Azek has already gone down. Look at Spitty just forcing his way into the bomb site. Rigon's got him. GXX can follow up with his backup. 1 kill found. Second shot on Freeze is not quite connecting. USP pulled out against the man because they know he's low HP. Now panics is all that remains.
AK in hand. Very uncomfortable situation. First time that we've actually seen a proper rush and something a lot quicker there from alternate attacks. It doesn't work out at all. 1v3. Feels impossible. The best that he can hope for is to look for some exits. He's hoping that maybe the mid player or even the A player of center has kind of got aggressive and got out towards T-spawn, but they're all just grouped up together and grouped over the bomb.
And no way he breaks this. He's a special player, but even this is a bit too far. Lean in. Footstep heard. They know where he is. All attention. All eyes turned towards the main entrance. And well, there it is. Senna closes him down. 5 apiece as they equalize again against the alternate attacks. No money to play with here either. So this will be harsh eco to allow them to get to 6 apiece. I mean, that's the best case scenario at this stage for alternate attacks.
And we actually saw alternate attacks last CCT Online Finals go down to Preezy in the first game and then get a 2-0 versus Havu, a 2-0 versus Aurora, 2-1 versus Looking for Org, 2-1 against Legacy, and a 1-2 loss against Preezy in that lower bracket final. It just showed that once they got sent to that lower, that's where they were able to really accelerate. And I think when you look at the run last time, beating teams like Looking for Org and Aurora, even Havu back then, it shows that they can be here for the run. The Glock's trying to expose out towards mid.
Synopsis caught Perks. GXX been taking a little bit there. Senna also taking some damage, but Rigon and him and Synopsis as well have the mid control locked out. All 5 alive. Alternate attacks want to get that one over and done with. Get back into the gun buys. The last one of their T side.
I think for alternate attacks, while they've shown us some pretty good ability on T side, I actually don't think the scoreline is that favorable to them right now. They were 2-0 up. It seems like the best that they can do is tie up the scoreline. Now, there's going to be some important rounds. Round number 12 is one of them. And I think the first rifle round in the second half is going to be a really important one. And tactical timeout here from Guild. This is still a game where they have to feel that they've got a chance, that they actually can send this to a third map, because at least with the way the scoreline's going and with how some of the rounds are playing out, it definitely feels like a better performance than map 1.
Certainly. And I mean, at this point for Guild, you've got no other choice but to assume and try and play towards this map's success, because losing it means you end in the series and in the tournament. Especially in the second half. If they can, even 6 apiece seems like it's very workable for the T side.
Synopsy, HG's miss out there towards the stairs angle because they've got one player down towards the water position that might receive some firefights. Senna considering a press, unable to do so. GXX also pressuring in mid. Synopsy might also find pressure on Perks.
Flashbang ahead of the smoke. Synopsy, is he going to get caught? Yes, he will, but he will get the kill back. Trying to double up against Spitty. Unsuccessful. AWP faced in upon will take the trade back onto Spitty as Azek engaged center, forced him back into the bomb site.
That's a really good refight, but look at this from Freeze. He's walking out B. This is such a sick timing because Flatcher's going to get distracted out here from Electric.
And rotations can get called. Nobody else was out here. Swing on Rick gone. As he's caught switching to his weapon. Freeze with a double. On for the triple. GXX takes him right back out of the fold.
And they've got the A site open up, and I think that's why the bomb's rotating back over. Azek here onto center. Loses that fight, so maybe the bomb goes back to B.
GXX is still holding a temple, though, and now he's going to have Dominion over the site. Panics. Caught in rotations. Had the bomb in the plant angle. Goes down to the backside. That will confirm it. GXX can move closer. Center can start the move. Flashbang over. Catch anybody blind? I don't think so. Or connects it anyway. And Guild can win the half at 7-5 up, returning the favor to alternate attacks from Ancients.
I think Freeze just got caught in the